Good morning.
Good morning.
Is everyone here? I think so. So, Mr. Gupta, you're still under oath to tell the truth.
Yes,
You
my
understand?
lordship. Yes, my lordship.
Thank you. Mr. Kapoor, for you to carry on.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Gupta.
Good morning, Vijay.
Okay, I'll just continue from where we left off yesterday.
Sure.
So, would you tell us why did you want to sell your shares in Velocity Industries Limited?
So it was Mr. Rajendra Makhijani was moving back to India, and he said I will not be able to continue investing in this venture, and for me, if Mr. Rajendra was not there, I was also my tenure with Emirates NBD was getting over, so I I was on the more or less on the notice period. So I thought it's better I'll also exit at the same time.
I put to you, as we had seen in your testimony previously with the Claimants Council, that given there was serious resource crunch in Velocity Industries Limited, where at various points of time, yourself, Mr. Raju Makhijani, Sanjay Bansal, Ashok Bansal were injecting funds on several occasions, right? And that you were dissatisfied with the affairs of Velocity Industries and the business volumes which you were expecting from the company never materialized. So you decided to exit. Is that correct?
So that was also one of the reasons, but that was not the only reason.
I understand. But do you think that was one of the key reasons as well?
It was one of the reasons because the funds, short-term funds, which we were arranging again and again, and because the volume, and again, this was either because the volume was increasing drastically and the working capital requirements were not getting met with the bank's working capital facilities which were available. So, so that was also one of the reasons. I wouldn't say key reasons, but yes, that was one of the reasons.
Okay. Now let me just refresh your memory and take you through the chain of events, right? So in November 2017, if you could kindly refer to Exhibit I-2391. If you go to the second page, I-2391, or you can go to 2392 if you like.
Yes, I'm on 2391.
Please go to the next page, 2392. So as 2391 is the term sheet which was issued by the Aduet Fund, right?
That's correct.
Yeah. If you kindly go to the second page, which is 2392.
Yes.
And if you look at the row which says binding terms.
Right.
Right. And below that, there is a row saying fulfillment of conditions and payment plan.
Right.
Right.
Yes.
If you read the point number B, scroll up. Point B.
Yes, point B.
Just one second. My computer is not opening.
Sure.
Payment of balance money. Now, if you see this clause, which is fulfillment of conditions, we were talking about that all these transactions, right? Clear agreement between all parties will be there. There will be an NOC which will be submitted. Right. And all these conditions had to be completed within a period of 30 days.
Right.
Yeah. So the actual MOU was signed in November 2017.
Right.
And the eventual the memorandum of association which was finally notarized, that was completed and signed in September of 2018.
Right.
In fact, on 25th September.
Right.
Which is a gap of almost 304 days, almost 10 months. Between the execution of the original MOU as per the binding terms and conditions of value add fund. Eventually, we could not complete that thing within 30 days. It took almost 304 days. So why did it get delayed for almost 10 months?
So there were at least, I can tell you, 4 or 5 incidences where why it got delayed. First, we went to the notary public on that day, and that was sometime in February or March when we went there. Our notary public didn't allow until unless all the shareholders are present in front of the notary public to sign that agreement for the transfer. One time it was, we all have figs, everyone reached at the notary public, but in the morning we got an SMS or the message, not me, you only got that Mr. Ravi is not well and he will not be able to attend this in today's transfer. Third time, again, I think that was sometime in June or July, he met with an accident and he was not available during that time also. For almost 30 days, he was more or less at home and he was not able to attend any of the proceedings. There was sometime in September, when we, July, August, again, our sponsor, because this transfer required 2 sponsors needs to be there, all the shareholders need to be there, and then only it can happen. So one time when it was asked, we asked for 7 days time because our sponsor was serving some country related duties on the border. So there was 1 week delay at that time, but that was sometime in August, if I remember correctly. And finally, in September, it was able to happen.
So my submission to you is that you've recounted 4 such instances where these things were attempted and could not happen for various reasons. But from November 2017, specifically when the ADIVAT term sheet required fulfillment of all this to happen within a span of 30 days, right? You said the first attempt when we all reached the notary was somewhere in February 2018, right? Thereafter, the next one was only in June or July.
No, it was in May, sometime in May. Yeah, that's correct.
It's fair enough. But if it was such a critical transaction and it kept on dragging, if I may, for a period of almost 10 months, do you agree that there was considerable delay? For whatever reasons, but was
yes, it was considerable delay.
All right. Okay. I now request you to go to Exhibit I-3094. I-3094. This is a letter which I have written to the bank. So I do not know whether you are familiar with the contents of the letter. I would request you to just spend 2-3 minutes to just go through the contents of the letter.
Yes.
You gone through? Right. So I submit to you that this was a letter written to the bank by me, informing them about new business opportunities which we had with a multinational company, as well as I informed them about the potential change of shareholding, and also how the incoming ADIVAT fund was coming into the business. And I would specifically draw your attention to the paragraph where I have requested and explained which is para number 4. This point number 4 in that letter. That the production of premium home care and personal care products relies on quantity of raw materials and goods such as perfumes. Right? Now, I ask you, since you were familiar with the working of the company and looking at at least the performance figures, was Velocity Industries ever in the business of production or packaging of perfumes?
No, never.
So is it correct to submit that this was a new product line which was being introduced in this letter?
So till 2017 or 2018, till the time we were there as part of the partners, perfumes was never came up as one of the products, that is for sure. So if you are mentioning over here, definitely it would have been a new product.
Correct. Now,
Perfumes was never in our like a product line.
I understand. When the original LTR facilities were sanctioned by the bank, the LTR period was for a period of 150 days. Is that correct?
I don't remember offhand, but yes, that is what 150 days or 120 days. I don't remember offhand, but
it was earlier 120 days and then it was extended to 150 days.
Yeah.
Now, if you kindly revisit this paragraph, I have explained here most of the suppliers who export these goods need payments in advance, and the shipment usually takes anywhere between 45 to 75 days. Adding to this the production period of another 25 to 30 days, and then followed by realization period of 90 to 120 days. The entire cycle thus ranges between 160 to 225 days. Right? Now, based on this new business requirement and this extended period of facility required, in this letter I asked for just restructuring of the existing limit, not enhancement, but restructuring of the existing limit. That means the limit of, if you go to the table below on the next page, that the total limit of 6 million be divided into LTR facilities of 3 million and overdraft facilities of 3 million. Right? Now, I know this was a letter written by me to the bank, but my question to you, you being a chartered accountant or a banker, is there anywhere in this letter a request made for reduction in limits? If you look at the first para where the limits are 5.5 plus 0.5, which is a total of 6. And if you go to the table on the second page, it is again 3 plus 3, which is equal to 6.
No, I'm not able to see anything. Sorry.
That means there is no reduction, no request for
reduction request. I cannot see based on this letter. I cannot say that there was any reduction was requested.
Fair enough. Now, in January 2019, when we got this revised facility sanction letter, which is I3142. Right? If you see here, the facilities were reduced to 3 million from 6. The very first table, trust receipt, has been reduced. And the total facilities also on the working capital side, if you see, they've technically been brought from 6 to 3. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's what letter is showing that. Yep.
Now, before issuing this revised sanction letter, did the bank ever contact you to inform you about the reduction of this facility?
No.
Right. In May 2019, right, I put it to you that the deadlock situation was there. Ravi and me had gone into disputes. Ravi was intermittently traveling. He was not coming to the office. And we were exploring various possibilities to see how we could resolve this deadlock. And in this context, we had obviously retained, that is myself, D4, had retained the services of Kocher and Company. Now, in this context, I would request you to kindly open exhibit K551. Yeah. Now, if you kindly refer to the paragraph below the word quote, and may I request you to kindly just read this paragraph?
Yeah. We have recently received the facility renewal letters from UBI and realized bank hasn't updated the new shareholding details in their records. Also, due to non-cooperation from Ravi, the new shareholding pattern could not be registered with Dubai Economic Department.
Why does, after the memorandum of articles are notarized in the notary, what is the next step which is most important and critical to then be able to obtain a revised trade license?
As once we came to know only after this that it needs to be registered with the DED as well. This revised memorandum article of association needs to be registered, and the trade license. So for the trade license, the lease also needs to be renewed, which is the warehouse lease.
Okay, that's my question. So existence of a valid lease agreement, right, is a precondition for the transfer to effectively take place and get it registered in the DED.
Right.
Right. So in this context, because of this non-cooperation of Ravi, as you have written, the shareholding could not be properly recorded in the Dubai Economic Department. Is that correct?
So that is what I understood when I was speaking to you. This was one of the reasons was given to me. Yes.
Right. Now, if you look at the advice given by my counsel, which is the same counsel which is now representing the claimant, if you could kindly read the balance lines to me. So after that sentence where you stopped earlier, so from as a result.
Even in DED records, Omaku and Velocity Ventures still own the Velocity Industries LLC. At this stage, there is no clarity whether Ravi will agree to sign the documentation to complete the transfer process. To resolve the current deadlock, Vijay has discussed the matter with a legal firm, Pocher and Company, who have suggested. Yep.
Please continue.
Velocity Industry sponsor Mr. Ali visits the notary public office and transfer the ownership of the company to new shareholders would be suggested by legal firm. This can be done by using his power as per a clause in the MOA. As per the clause, in case foreign partners fail to renew the trade license within 90 days, local partner has the right to sell, transfer, cancel or take over the company. The entire process for this transfer would be managed by legal firm who will draft the agreements to ensure there wouldn't be any liability to the existing shareholders or to the UAE national. Once the transfer is completed in notary public office, the new shareholders will give the POA to Vijay, who will register the new shareholding with DED and UBI. Once bank will receive the new trade license with the new shareholding pattern, they will issue the facility renewal letter to the new shareholders. This is the assumption because bank still gets the comfort Vijay continuing in the company. The renewal facilities letter would be signed by new shareholders, which is Vijay. Based on this, UBI will allow the utilization of existing facilities and release the personal and corporate guarantees given to them earlier. Again, this is the assumption.
Right. So this was the advice which we received from Pocher and Company, who were my counsel.
That's correct.
And this is the advice which I shared with you, and you discussed it internally with the other shareholders and partners. Right. And you reproduced it in the form of this email back to me to ask whether your understanding is correct.
Yes.
And if you go below, just scroll a few lines below, you see that the same day, same time, I have forwarded that email back to Pocher and Company.
That's correct.
To the bottom of the page, you will see that the same time I have sent it to Mrs. Nikat Khan and say, please see below, if we can discuss this, I would then provide them to go ahead to proceed.
Right. Right.
So just wanted to confirm that your understanding of this email and whatever you put in this email records correctly your understanding of the events at that point of time.
That's correct.
Now, I put it to you that as a result of this conversation between me and the bank, where I had asked for restructuring of limits, the bank was under the impression that you had exited and all decisions were left only to me and Ravi. Is that correct?
So that is what our assumption as well, because we were exited, and in fact, all the communications earlier also was happening between with you and Ravi, and in this case also we have not received any communication from the bank. That's why they have thought that there is an exit has happened for the existing shareholders.
Right. So let me ask you a question now, both as a shareholder of Velocity Industries as well as a banker and a chartered accountant. Did the bank ever call for a meeting with all the stakeholders to resolve the situation before issuing the loan recall notice without provision of any cure period?
So if you ask from the banking perspective, okay, I'm not in the more into the credit side, but that is the normal practice which banks does before even declaring any NPA or recalling any personal guarantees. First, they try to just amicably try to find out the solution, how the restructuring can happen. That is, again, I'm not a credit expert because that's not my expertise, but that is what I know.
Would you say that is an established practice in
Yes,
banks
it is.
across UAE and most banks or most audits or anything else which you have looked at?
Yes. Yes, it is established practice.
Now, I put it to you that had the bank cooperated with us and held a meeting of all the existing shareholders who were parties to this facility to cure the situation of default, the company could have been revived?
So I would say this company, why I have invested, I can talk about that. Why I have invested, because this product is having very good future. Overall, what we were producing was having very good future. So I don't see company going into the drain if bank would have continued supporting the company.
Okay. My next question. I put it to you that we could have changed the signatories from me and Ravi to, even if in case like there was a dispute between us, to any of the officials of the company to remove the situation of deadlock and improve the company's financial health. But the bank failed to give us an opportunity to even exercise that option, because as per their records, we were continuing to be shareholders, we were still signatories, right?
Mm-hmm.
If that event and opportunity had been provided, could we have revived the company and avoid the deadlock?
So again, I'm talking about you, Vijay, personally, knowing you and for so many years. I think the company could have been revived because you are a man of like your words. Whenever you are delivering, whenever you are committing something, you deliver those. And I would say the same for Ravi also. Like I wouldn't say that he didn't deliver, but overall, I think over here. I cannot comment why they didn't give the opportunity, and in many times companies CFOs becomes the signatories also, or the any other company officials becomes the signatories. It's not necessarily that all the directors only need to be the signatories or the shareholders.
So in summary, I once again put it to you that had the bank called for a meeting of all the stakeholders and discussed various options, there could have been a potential solution for the continued survival of Velocity Industries to enable it to meet all its debt obligations.
Yes, I feel so. Yes, in my view, yes.
All right. Thank you, Your Lordship. I have no further questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Shaheen, it's your turn now.
Yes, Your Lordship. Good morning, Mr. Gupta.
Good morning, Mr. Shaheen, and
Oh,
good
yes.
afternoon in Dubai.
Sorry, I should have said that. Thank you for that. Mr. Gupta, I'll ask you a few general questions initially, and then we'll go into the details. Okay. You've already been questioned in length by the claimant, lawyer, and also the D4 himself. So I'll try to keep it as brief as possible. So your banking experience in UAE, how many years? Just to refresh my memory.
So I joined in 99 bank, so it's almost 23 years.
23 years as a banker. You work in a senior position in FAB now.
Yes.
And FAB is the largest bank, of course, in UAE.
Right.
You are a chartered accountant by qualification.
Right.
I will ask you general questions about the master facility agreement. I'm requesting you to go to page number H334 onwards.
H334.
Okay.
Yes, please.
I'm going to H336 now, the second page of that, because 334 is the cover page. See, it refers to Basel II Accord, Basel II Approach, Basel II Regulations, Basel III Accord. And then if you turn to page H338, CRD4, and then in page 342, it refers to RBI also. When you have these references in a facility agreement, does it not imply that the bank is obliged to follow such regulations?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And RBI means Reserve Bank of India.
Right.
Normally, the UAE facility agreements wouldn't refer to RBI.
That's correct.
Here, because the lender is an Indian bank, they're referring to RBI. And they're bound to follow RBI guidelines as well.
Right.
And now, if you look at page number H345,
Yes, please.
under 1.3, construction of certain terms, regulation. This is point number 8, Roman letter 8.
Yeah.
A regulation includes any regulation, rule, official, directive, request, or guideline, whether or not having the force of law. Of any government, intergovernmental, or
नहीं पता, I don't know.
Sorry, someone's talking.
Somebody is talking. Maybe Mr. Vijay, if you can go on mute.
no, it is UBI DIFC.
अपना बैंक का है सर, अपना बैंक अकाउंट.
हाँ हाँ हाँ.
UBI DIFC branch. Okay.
Yeah, now they have muted. So I'll go again. So Roman letter 8, it reads a regulation includes any regulation, rule, official directive, request or guideline, whether or not having force of law of any governmental, intergovernmental or supranational body, agency, department or regulatory, self-regulatory or authority or organization, right?
Right.
So they are bound to follow all of them,
Right.
which lead to the Basel Accords
Right.
and the Basel regulations, CRD4, and also RBI guidelines.
Right.
My understanding correct?
Right.
And now the definition of annual review in page H335.
335.
Yes, sir. Means a period of 12 months from the date of sanction.
Right.
And each subsequent period following at 12.
Hold on. Okay, I found it. Yeah, right.
Sorry, Lord. Annual review means a period of 12 months from the date of sanction and each subsequent period following at 12 monthly periods thereafter or such other periods as may be determined by the lender, right? This is how the annual reviews. What is the significance of annual review in a sanction letter or in a facility agreement?
Okay. So I can talk about more. Again, I'm not the credit expert, which I cannot comment on that. But normally, as an auditor, when in '99 I started my career as an auditor. So why the annual review was done is to check whether what is the health of the company, whether all the financials are like whatever the limits are sanctioned, it is corroborated with the financials of the company. There is no blacklist of any of the shareholders or directors have been blacklisted or anything. Plus, whether the facility which was granted is performing as per the norms, as per what it was granted. And just a small one as well. So normally in annual review, how does it work is, and 3 months in advance, bank gets a notification that these are the customers where the annual review is due, and they start interacting with the customers that look, your annual review is due, produce all the documents, which includes the valid trade license, which includes the director's KYC, which includes the financials of the company. All that information is sought at that point of time.
Okay, thank you. That is quite clear. Now, H342.
Yes, please.
If you go to the definition of sanction letter, just below RBI,
That's right.
means the sanction letter number is mentioned, UBI DUB SA 130 of 2017, dated June 12, 2017, and the addendum dated June 13, 2017, issued by the lender and accepted by the borrower, and shall include any amendments, modification, or renewal letters issued from time to time. The definition is correct, right? Now, if you look at the sanction letter date, it is June 12th, 2017.
Right.
Annual review means a period of 12 months from the date of sanction.
Right.
So the annual review ought to have happened on June 12th, 2018.
That's correct.
So you said in 3 months in advance, the bank should have asked for certain documents for review, and that's how they conduct the annual review. Did the borrower, D1, receive any such request from the bank?
I'm not aware.
Not.
At least I'm not aware. And that would be maybe because I was not getting directly any of such requests. It was going to Mr. Vijay and Mr. Ravi because they were sitting in the offices. So at least I'm not aware whether it is sent or not.
Are you aware of any real annual review being conducted?
I'm not aware whether it was actually conducted or not. Because I haven't seen any such document where the annual review was. Even in this documentation which bank has submitted, I have not seen any such document.
Now, if I request you to please come to clause 2.4. This is in page number H347. H347.
Yes, I'm on H347.
2.4 says, on or before the end of each annual review, the lender will confirm to the borrower whether or not the facility is to be made available to the borrower following such annual review.
Right.
Are you aware of any such intimation?
No, I'm not aware of any such intimation was given.
So if then it goes on, I'm reading the second line.
Right.
If the lender does not confirm to the borrower that the facility is to be made available after the annual review, the borrower may no longer make any utilization available after the annual review, utilization remaining under the facility, and all outstanding balances under the facility are to be paid on the respective due dates, right?
Right.
There is no review done, and if the facility is not extended as to be confirmed by the bank, the amounts become due for payment,
Right.
whatever is borrowed under the facility. Am I right?
That's correct.
Then it further says the borrower shall submit a detailed proposal in advance at least 3 months prior to the expiry of the facility, and the lender shall send its recommendation at least 45 days before the expiry of the facility. Did any such thing happen?
I'm not aware.
You're
I
not
have
aware. To
received
your
any
knowledge,
such
it has not
document.
happened. So if the annual review did not happen, I'm asking you with an if, okay, if the annual review did not happen. If the annual review did not happen and the facility was not renewed, the amounts will become due for payment. Am I right?
Correct.
Now, in your one of your witness statements, that is page number G23, G23.
G23.
Yes. If you go to para number 89, paragraph number 89.
Just give me a second.
Sure.
Yes.
You have mentioned in any event for the reasons set out above, the facility was not or should not have been made available by UPI under the facility agreement after 12 June 2018,
Right.
alternatively 25 November 2018, alternatively 12 June 2019, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm reading the statement.
Right.
12 June 2018, I understand it goes very well with the stipulations under clause 2.4, read with the definition of sanction letter and the definition of annual review, which we just went through now, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's why the significance of 12 June 2018.
Right.
And if the facility was not renewed, it is definitely 12 June 2018, nothing beyond that.
Mm-hmm.
And you referred to 25 November 2018 there. If at all, it has to be linked to the date of the facility agreement.
Right. That's correct.
And you will agree with me that as per the stipulations in the facility agreement, that date is incorrect. The correct date is 12 June 2018.
As per the facility agreement, yes, the correct date is 12th June 2018. But again, this is the one of the case, even if the bank is considering 25th November 2017 as the facility agreement when it was signed as the date of sanction, if they are considering that, 12 months from the 25th of November 2017, it becomes 25th November 2018. It should have been cancelled.
But we have seen it very clearly now. The definition of annual review is date of sanction,
Yes.
and sanction letter is 12 June 2000.
Agreed.
So this date, alternatively 25 November 2018, does not apply.
Yes, yes, you can say that because as per the facility agreement, it was date of sanction letter, which was 12th June 2017.
Yes. So that 25 November 2018, 25 November, no, 25 November 2000.
18 and alternative 12th June 2019.
I'll come to the other alternative. So that 25 November 2018 date does not apply. In fact, this is my point. Yes. Now, alternatively, 12 June 2019 would apply only if it is assumed that the facility was in fact renewed on 12 June 2018.
Right. That's correct.
Only if the facility was renewed.
That's correct.
So these are the reasons why you gave the three alternative dates.
Right.
But now, after seeing the facility agreement, going through the clauses, you realize or you understand, you agree with me that the correct date is 12 June 2018 only.
Yes, I agree. It is 12th June 2018.
Thank you. Now, I'm inviting your attention to see this facility agreement, master facility agreement, which we are reviewing now. It doesn't refer to a previous facility agreement in 2014 at all?
I haven't read that, but I'm sure it is not referring anything. Yes.
If you go to page H344, have you got the page?
Just give me. Yes, I'm on H344.
Yes. Now, the definitions of term loan 1 and term loan 3, term loan 1 and term loan 3. They refer to a facility agreement dated March 21st, 2016.
That's correct.
Okay. Have you signed personally the March 21, 2016 facility agreement? If you don't remember, you can say that.
I don't remember. To be honest, I don't remember.
Did you sign the 2014 facility agreement?
2014, yes, I have signed.
You were
Yes.
connected with that document yesterday.
Yes.
And this 2017 facility agreement, the master facility agreement, you have not signed.
Yes.
Yes means you're signed or you're not signed.
Sorry, come again.
The 2017 master facility agreement, which we are reviewing now.
I have not signed.
You have not signed.
I have not signed.
Now, if you could go to page 3, H347.
Yes, I'm on H347.
It defines or describes what exactly the facility. It doesn't make any reference to previous facility agreements or the outstanding debt from the borrower.
No, it doesn't.
Doesn't make. It completely gives the impression that description of facility as if it is a completely new facility being granted to a new borrower. It doesn't trace anything to the history of the company or the outstanding dues from the company, if any, to the lender.
That is what, there's no reference is made for the previous facility agreements.
And it again refers in, that's 2.4, we already gone through it, sorry, I don't want to repeat. And the purpose, number 3, just below the facility after 2.4, number 3 is purpose. The purpose is defined as the borrower shall apply the amounts borrowed by it under the facility towards purchase of plant, machinery, equipment, and general working capital requirements.
Right.
As if a new factory is being set up in 2017, and this money is supposed to be utilized for setting up the factory. That's the impression I get when I read purchase of plant, machinery, equipment, general working capital requirements, a new facility being granted.
Yeah, that is what the impression I'm also getting it from here.
What was the situation of the company in 2017? Were they setting up a new plant or for the first time borrowing money for all these requirements as defined here?
No, definitely not.
So would you agree with me the definition of purpose in this master facility agreement is completely flawed?
Yes, it is looking like like that over here, because there was no new facility, it is not the new factory was getting set it up in 2017.
Yes. And if you go to the next page, H348.
Yes, I'm on H348.
Item number 4, conditions of utilization.
Yeah.
See, the item number A says the lender will be obliged to comply with clause 5.4 only if on the date of the utilization request and on the proposed utilization date, there are 1 to 5 conditions put there.
Right.
And clause 5.4, where is it? I don't see a 5.4. See, if I look at the page H352 of the master facility agreement.
It is ending at 5.2.
Yes, it's 5.2. And if you turn the page to H353, you see a different section altogether. Section
which is 6, which is yeah.
Yeah. So there is no section, no clause 5.4 at all in the entire master facility agreement.
I cannot see that. Yes, definitely not. I cannot see in this.
So if I say the lender's obligations supposed to have been defined under 5.4 are completely missing in the entire master facility agreement. Would you agree with me?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is completely missing.
So it's an incomplete document, I would call it, the master, so-called master facility agreement.
Yes, it is incomplete. On the face of it, it is incomplete.
Now, if you look at the conditions, if at all there were certain obligations on the lender to lend and do whatever it was supposed to do, there were 5 conditions to be fulfilled, right?
Right.
Now we are on an assumption, okay? Because I don't know what are the lender's obligations here, because it's not defined in the master facility agreement. I'm assuming that lending is one of the responsibility because he's defined as lender, okay? On that assumption, if that obligation of lending is to be fulfilled, giving money to the borrower is to be fulfilled, there are 5 conditions to be met. One is no default is continuing or would result from the proposed facility. There should not be any default.
Right.
The repeating representations to be made by the obligors are true in all material respects. 3, there is no material adverse change. Mac and my are there defined also. If you go to, this is in page H341, you will see the definition of material adverse change or material adverse effect. It's listed. So none of them should be existing if they have to lend money on the assumption that one of the obligation was to lend money.
Right.
All conditions precedent under Schedule 2 have been complied with.
Right.
It shall be lawful for the lender to do so. This is what is stated here. Right?
Yes.
See, now if you go to 5A.4 in the next page, which is H349.
Yes. I'm on that page.
5.4 is 5 capital A.4. It refers to if the conditions set out in clause 4 and 5.1 to 5.3 above have been met, the lender shall make each loan available by the utilization date through its facility office. Right?
Right.
The lender shall make available the loan on the utilization date only if the conditions set out in clause 4 and 5.1 are met.
Right.
5.1 to 5.3 are met. Okay.
That's correct.
Now, a general question as a senior banker, when would you call that an account is in stress?
So, if on the due date, the payments are not made on regular basis, if it is a one-off case, some payment becomes due, and due to any reason, it is like not paid on time, then it is not called a stress situation. Stress situation only comes if it is regular basis. The payments are getting missed, and those misses are like each bank might be having their own policy or how they put it up the stress. But normally what I have seen is if the payment is not made for 90 days, then it is classified as like a stress, and then bank starts putting it up some provisions if it is 180 days or 270 days or 360 days for the outstanding. But before 90 days, normally bank don't call it as a stress situation.
So then you apply the central bank, UAE central bank regulations, and you classify the account, right?
That's correct.
So it is at that stage that an account will be called as stressed. This is your explanation, I understand.
That's correct. That's my understanding.
Yes, and that means the defaults are continuous and they are regularly irregular in making the payments on the due date.
Right.
Right.
That is the definition of stress. Yes.
Yes. Now, if I may invite your attention to page I-2981. This is starts from I-2975 and it goes up to I-3008. 2981. This is a memorandum to the management committee, credit approval committee, the internal document of the bank, which claimant has presented before the honorable court.
Right.
It's called the memorandum.
I'm on the point number 8 on I-2981. It's a DIFC Dubai branch letter or the.
Yes, you're right. 2981. I'm requesting you to please read 8.3, which I'll read for you. 8.3 on page I-2981. It states credit information company reports. The company is having credit facilities solely banking with our DIFC Dubai branch. Then it continues to say the operation in the account is not satisfactory. The account is in stress since October 2017.
Oh.
Right? Currently, there are 3 TRS overdue of amount, US dollar 0.4 million since 27/9/2018. The term loan 3 has overdue since 31/10/2018. So basically what they are saying is the account of D1, the borrower here, is in stress since October 2017. Am I right?
That is what it says, which is actually, if you ask me, in November 2017, they have enhanced the facility from 5.5 million to 10.4 million. If the account was in stress, how the facility was extended or enhanced? I'm surprised. I have not seen this document earlier. This is so.
You answered my next 3 questions. I don't have to ask you that.
Sorry.
Okay. Thank you for that. So the date enhanced.
Mr. Shaheen, can you tell me what date this document is?
This is the memorandum to management committee, credit approval committee.
What date?
It is I-2975 to I.
Yes, I have page reference. I don't know what date it is.
November 2018.
Your Lordship, this document is dated 15th November 2018.
Thank you.
So on 15th November 2018, they are discussing about a facility which was granted on 25 November 2018 and states that this company's account was in stress.
No, I understand.
Yes,
I understand. I just wanted a date. That's it. I have it now. Thank you. That's fine. You carry on.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry for that. I didn't hear it. So my point is, Mr. Gupta, in this document, which is dated 15 November 2018, which is pertaining to a facility already granted on 25 November 2017. They are saying that even prior to the date of that facility agreement, this account was in stress. As a senior banker, would you ever lend to a company which is already in stress?
I'm not in credit again department, but if I'll ask my credit department, definitely they will say no way. They will not extend any facility agreement.
Okay. So if at all the bank has done it, what would you call it?
In banking terms, it's called negligence.
Negligence. The bank's negligence. Irresponsibility, can I say?
Yep.
So now I'm coming to your defense statement. This is B47 onwards.
Sorry. Come again.
B47.
P.
G or B?
B, or B for boat or ball.
Okay.
Yes.
So if you take page B49, item 10.5. You're explaining how the fourth defendant, D4, approached you in or before approximately November 2017. That's around the time this facility agreement, which we were discussing, was issued. The fourth defendant approached the sixth to eighth defendants with an opportunity to sell the second and third defendants' shareholding. Second and third defendants were the companies through which you were holding shares in D1. To a fund known as Aduate Investment Fund. I don't know how to. Aduate, is that the correct pronunciation?
Yes, I also get confused how to pronounce this fund, but it's Aduate.
Sanskrit word Advait written in a different way I was wondering. Aduate Investment Fund, in which he represented that he was interested. What does it mean he was interested?
Maybe it could be typo. It's a Aduate fund is interested in buying this facility.
You did not mean that D4 had some interest in Aduate fund?
No, it was not that.
You did not mean that? Okay.
No, I didn't mean that.
And he gave you some assurance at that point. The fourth defendant, D4, represented to and assured the 6 to 8 defendants that following the sale of those shareholding, the 6 to 8 defendants would cease to be financially interested or implicated in the affairs of the first defendant, and any personal guarantees would be released, right?
Yes.
So as a senior banker, I'm sure you're aware that you don't have to be a shareholder in order to be a personal guarantor.
You are right, but usually as a banking practice, most of the banks, what they do is personal guarantee when they take it, it is either from the shareholders or directors. They don't accept the all of a sudden like third party personal guarantee as well. So third party personal guarantees, in fact, in the banking terms are very, very rarely are used.
In this case also, is there any such third party personal guarantee used?
No, it was not. We were all directors or shareholders. That's why we have given the personal guarantees.
So that was the criteria for taking your personal guarantee. That is, you are directly or indirectly a beneficially holding shares in the company.
Absolutely.
Right? That's the reason. And you were a director. So a personal guarantee, in order to be cancelled, you need a discussion with the bank, and the bank has to agree to remove you from the personal guarantee position, right? It's not enough that you transfer the shares. That's what I mean.
So that's correct. So I would say not the request, some sort of notification needs to go to the bank. What they will do is the new directors or shareholders, they will ask the personal guarantees for those new shareholders and directors for their security.
Your understanding is that will be substituted by the new.
Substituted with the new, yes.
So those steps also, D4 assured to you that he is going to take those steps and make sure that everything is going to go smooth and you will be removed from the personal guarantor position.
That's correct.
And 10.6, that's exactly what you're saying. The 6th to 8th defendants relied on the 4th defendant's representations, specifically directly by the 4th defendant.
Right.
Again, on 10.7, you says the reason as represented by the 4th defendant to the 6th to 8th defendant was that Aduate Investment Fund was not a legal entity which could enter into the transaction.
Right.
So at that point, didn't you feel having been misled by D4? Initially, he was saying that Aduate Fund will take over the shares. Afterwards, he's coming to tell you, no, that is not possible because that is the fund, they cannot do that.
So it is not in November 2017, only in September 2018, when we went to sign that share transfer certificate or sale certificate in the notary public. We came to know about these two companies, which is Element and Velocity Ventures. At that point of time, we came to know that the Aduate Fund cannot do, they don't have any presence in UAE. That's why they cannot directly participate in this transaction. And they have given a nominee, which is part of the sale agreement. If you see, it says Aduate Fund or its nominee will be like taking over this or completing the sale as such. So at that point of time, our understanding was Element and Velocity Ventures Fujairah, they are the nominees of Aduate Fund.
Okay. And again in 10.8, you are saying that the 4th defendant represented to the 6 to 8 defendants that essentially the same commercial sale of the shares in the first defendant would continue, but this time to two companies related to Aduate Investment Fund, which had been incorporated for that purpose, namely Elements International FZC and Velocity FZC.
That's correct.
Then you are talking about in 10.9 how the transaction happened on 25 September 2018, and you explained already during your previous cross-examination why the delay, how it happened and all that. So I'm not repeating.
Okay. Just one more clarity. So it is one is D4's assurance, that was one. And even in Aduate Fund sale agreement, the term sheet when we saw, that also suggested that the personal guarantees would be released and it would be substituted by the new shareholders or directors as such. So it was one of the clauses. So one was definitely D4's assurance, and it came into the paper also as part of the term sheet.
Yeah. So that
I just want to clarify. Sorry.
Please go ahead.
Yeah. So just wanted to clarify that it was assurance for sure. D4 has given the assurance, but it was part of the documentation as well.
The assurance given was documented in the sale and purchase agreement itself as a condition subsequent.
That's correct.
And was the bank aware of it? I mean, the claimant hearing?
I don't know. What I was told that yes, bank was put on notice, and at the time of renewal, this will be taken care.
Now,
and the renewal as per the facility agreement, which was November 2017 renewal, March 2018, the renewal was supposed to happen. So that was the assurance was given to us.
Renewal of what?
Renewal of facility agreement, which was.
I think we have a confusion there because we went through that. The annual review was supposed to happen.
That is what annual review was supposed to happen sometime in June 2018.
Yes.
But in March 2018, all the documents should have been submitted to the bank by the customer as a D1.
Yeah, 3 months in advance, everything should be submitted.
That's it.
Now 1010, you're referring to that document was an agreement produced by the 4th defendant for signature by the 6th to 8th defendant. So if I look at the previous paragraph, that document should mean share sale agreement. Am I right?
So you are talking about 10.10?
10.10, it starts by saying that document was an agreement. So I'm just trying to understand which.
Produced by the 4th defendant for signature by the 6th to 8th defendant in the context.
So I'm going to the previous paragraph and I find reference to the share sale agreement, withdrawal of a partner, insertion of a new partner, and addendum to the memorandum of association agreement, share sale agreement.
Just give me a sec.
You mean 10.10 by that document was an agreement, you mean the share sale agreement.
That's correct.
Now, in page B63, additional claim pursuant to RDC 2114.
B63.
B63.
Yes.
See, the language used is very different from what it was used in the statement of defense. That's why I'm asking you this question. Additional claim against the 4th defendant and or the 5th defendant and or Elements International FZC and or Velocity Ventures FZC and or Mr. Ahmad Ibrahim Abdullah Ibrahim Ahmad. What was the role of Mr. Ahmad Ibrahim Abdullah Ibrahim Ahmad in this?
He was the new sponsor, UAE national sponsor, holding 51% shareholding when we did the sell agreement.
Why would you have a claim against him?
Because he's holding 51% shares in the company.
Doesn't mean that he has to give you some, he already paid the money, you got the money much before the transfer and you were out from it, right?
Yeah.
So that gentleman did not have any other dealing with you also.
No, so if the bank, so I don't know, I didn't get your question, sorry. Come again.
Why would you have a claim against him? What is the cause of action for him to be named there and or Mr. Ahmad Ibrahim Abdullah Ibrahim Al-Ahmad, okay? Why should you have a claim against him?
Because he's the new owner of that company, which is D1, and holding 51% share. And the facility, if continued, which we know now continued, and there is an outstanding. So as a shareholder, director, all shareholders and directors are responsible to pay that money to the bank.
There I would beg to differ with you because it's a limited liability company. You know that, right?
We
Are not responsible.
My apologies. I am instructed that we didn't pursue the claims, the additional claim, against anyone other than the 4th and 5th defendants. So none of the other parties here were served, and nor indeed was the claim pursued against them.
Yeah. I was wondering what relevance this had to the issues in the case.
There is a relevance because my client's name is also appearing there, the 5th defendant.
Of course, you can ask about the 5th defendant, but why are you asking about Mr. Ahmed?
This is a premise on which I want to ask.
Okay, well.
So They are named there Ahmad Ibrahim Abdullah Ibrahim Al Ahmad, Velocity Ventures, Elements International, and the fifth defendant are named there just because they happen to be shareholders and directors in the company. D4 is named there because you have a claim against him, and which you have stated in the detail in the different statement also. But here, the other names are coming, including fifth defendant, Elements International, Velocity Ventures, Mr. Ahmad Ibrahim Al Hamad, all because they are shareholders and directors in the company. This is your explanation.
That's correct. That's the new shareholding. So they are the one who are holding the need to pay the liabilities of the bank.
Oh, thank you. Now coming to your witness statements.
Mr. Gupta, I just want to clarify, make sure I understand. Were you applying that reasoning to all of the people that Mr. Shaheen mentioned? That is to say, the fifth defendant as well as Mr. Ahmed and Elements and Velocity Ventures?
That's correct.
That's fine. Thank you.
I'm looking at your third witness statement, page G142.
G142.
Yes.
Yes, I'm on G142.
Paragraph number 13.
Which paragraph?
Paragraph number 13, 1-3.
Yeah.
G142. At paragraph 18 to 20 of my first witness statement, I explained how Mr. Kapoor had approached me with a business opportunity to buy plant and machinery from Star Modern Industries. Mr. Kapoor is D4.
That's correct.
In the same paragraph, the last two lines, I trusted Mr. Kapoor wholeheartedly, and there was no reason at the time for me to have been concerned about the decisions being made by him and Mr. Kuchimanchi.
Right.
So this is the time you got introduced to them, or Mr. Kapoor was known to you earlier as well.
So Mr. Kapoor was known to me earlier as well, which is I have mentioned in my witness statement as well. From 99 onwards, I know Mr. Kapoor, and Mr. Ravi, I came to know only in 2013. That was the first interaction I had with Mr. Ravi when he was doing this, when we visited the Oman factory, Star Motor.
Okay, thank you. 14, paragraph number 14. In relation to the sale of our shares in VIL means D1.
That's correct.
Mr. and Mrs. Makinjani, that is D6 and D8, if I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
And I, your D7, had placed our trust in Mr. Kapoor and relied upon his representations and assurances. So you totally trusted and relied upon the representations and assurances of D4 here.
Mm-hmm.
All three of you, correct?
Yes.
The circumstances behind the sale of the shares in D1, including D4's alleged authority to act on behalf of Eduate, is set out at paragraph 30 to 48 of my first witness statement, right? So D4 had represented to you that he is authorized to act on behalf of Eduate.
He means these two companies, which is again Element and Velocity Ventures, are the nominees for Eduate Fund.
I have a difficulty, including Mr. Kapoor's alleged authority to act on behalf of Eduate.
Mm-hmm.
So what Mr. Kapoor, D4, told you is that he is authorized to act on behalf of Eduate. You read it again.
No, so I will differ with that. It is not Eduate. He would be authorized on. I don't think he has mentioned that he's authorized on behalf of Eduate. He can sign any document. And if you see Eduate also, the sale agreement was not signed by D4. So what I mean here is that the nominee which Eduvate is going to do, they are going to nominate, either they will do participate directly or they will nominate anyone who will be the shareholders of D1, future shareholders. And in this case, it was Element and Velocity Ventures.
Okay. Now, in particular, as set out at paragraph 41 of my first witness statement, I explained that it was on the basis of Mr. Kapoor's representations that Mr. and Mrs. Makijani and I, that means D6 to D8, it was on the basis of D4's representations, D6 to D8, agreed to sign the share sale withdrawal of a partner agreement, and our shares in D1 were sold. Correct?
That's correct.
And it continues. Should I take you through all the paragraphs? Every word, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 also. You are referring to the conversations with D4, the representations and warranties made by D4, the assurances given by D4. Okay, he told you, he represented to you, he assured to you, means D6 to D8. This is how your witness statement goes from there.
And that is correct.
And it goes further to 20, 21, then 23. All over, it is always D4 who was dealing with you, talking to you, giving you assurances, making representations to you about it.
Right.
Nowhere you have stated in this third witness statement anything about D5 representing and warranting anything to you.
D5 has not represented.
Not done. Now, coming to the fifth witness statement of Mr. Gupta, yourself, G285.
G285. Yes, I'm on there.
Paragraph number 11. Fourth line.
Yes.
Mr. Kapoor, that is D4, was primarily responsible for dealing with the financial side of the business, managing its banking affairs, etc. And Mr. Kuchimanji, which is D5, was responsible for bringing in business and building the business. Correct?
Yes.
So all financial banking aspects were the responsibility of D4.
That's correct.
Now, you are talking about bringing in business and building the business was the responsibility of D5. At the same time, during the cross-examination day before yesterday, D5 was saying that I'm only responsible for the technical operational aspects of it. Bringing in new business was not my responsibility. Is it a confusion between business development and marketing, which are two different concepts? Why is it that?
So, no, I would say there's no confusion over there. Whenever the board meetings were happening and the relationship which D5 was having with all these multinational groups, CEOs and all, so we were always represented in such a way that DIFC, Himalaya, Dabur, all these companies are going to are giving more business, and that is also because D5 was visiting them and creating some sales pitch. So my or not my D6 to D8, our understanding was yes, Vijay was also supporting and getting some business, but main responsibility was D5.
Is it business development or actually bringing in business? Is there a distinction or your understanding is?
No, it's both business development as well as bringing new business, both. Because when we say business development, like a new product, if it needs to be launched, that could be one of the business development idea, which again, it is more, which is D5. He was like that the new product can be or it could be white label, how the white label we can bring it like some customer who will be interested into the white labeling. So that also was part of D5 who was representing to us in the board meetings.
Now, G288.
G288. Yes, please.
Sixth line of paragraph 26. In September 2018, when we signed the share withdrawal of partner agreement, I asked D4 to confirm that we were now released, means D6 to D8 were now released from our personal guarantees. At the time, D4 told us that he had put the claimant UBI on notice of the share transfer and that they had discussed the release of our personal guarantees. Okay. D4 told us that the claimant UBI did not have any objection to the release of our personal guarantees. In fact, D4 went so far as to say that UBI considered it an administrative process. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you have anything in writing to support this?
No, because most of our conversation with D4 was normally verbal because of the trust and confidence we were having on D4.
So you trusted his words when he said that for the claimant, it's only an administrative process to release you from the personal guarantees.
That's correct.
Meaning that is in principle agreed.
That's correct.
Then you go on to say, same paragraph, fifth line from the bottom. Mr. Kapoor stated that the personal guarantees would be released within a couple of months.
Right.
I followed up in November 2018 and I was told that everything was in hand and the personal guarantee would be released.
Yep.
Then you're saying I had no release to believe. I believe what you're trying to say. No reason to believe that Mr. Kapoor had not spoken with UPI and that everything was in hand. Therefore, in good faith, I left matters with D4.
That's correct.
And there was a letter you're talking about, UBI's letter, dated 16th April 2019 to D6 and D8.
So it's so UBI letter was not sent to us directly. It was sent to Mr. Vijay, which is D4.
So it required your signature, right?
It came like that it requires our signature.
Did you sign it?
No.
And the reason why you did not sign, you are explaining in this one, the third line, Mr. Kapoor told us that D4 told us that the letter had been sent in error and not to worry about it.
Yeah.
That's it. You did not sign it. And you did not get anything follow-up request from the bank also.
Nothing.
So you understood that what D4 said was true.
Yes.
It was sent by mistake. The bank doesn't require your signature anymore.
Yes.
And did you feel relieved that I'm completely released from the personal guarantee now? That is why.
In fact, we felt relieved in September 2018 itself when we have signed the sale agreement in front of the notary public because of the representations, and it was part of the term sheet of the sale agreement itself that we will be relieved as a personal guarantors.
Okay, understood. So this was coming like a reassurance that even that is not required. Now, generally about your sixth witness statement.
Can you give me the reference number, please?
G309.
Yes, I'm on 309.
If you come to G311 now.
Yes, I'm on Z311.
I'll just ask one general question and put it there. Under the heading overview of the FTI report and the SKM report. FTI report is a report presented on behalf of D5.
Right.
And SKM report is the report presented on behalf of D4.
Right.
And you stand by your comments given under paragraph 7 to 10 or 7 to 12. Especially your comments in the last sentences of paragraph 8, 9, and 10. Paragraph 8, you say, but notably the SKM report does not deny that sums were being drawn down against the facility provided by UBI for the personal benefit of someone other than D1. Correct?
Yes. Yes.
And paragraph 9, furthermore, many of the documents referred to in the SKM report, which is D4's report, have not been exhibited to the report, nor have they been produced by D4 during these proceedings. It is not clear why copies of some of the documents shown to Mr. Malhotra have been annexed to the SKM report, D4's report, while copies of the remaining documents have been omitted. Who's
Yes.
Mr. Malhotra here?
Sorry?
Who's Mr. Malhotra?
That is SKM who was doing this.
The expert.
The expert. Yes.
And now paragraph 10, as can be seen, over 50% of the report is based on documents which have not been provided or undocumented, verbal instructions provided by Mr. Kapoor to Mr. Malhotra. So you mean to say that the expert prepared a report on the basis of the verbal information given by D4. Am I right?
So that is what that is how it came out in that report.
So it is a report prepared based on the verbal instructions provided by D4 without any supporting document. This is what you're saying here.
I don't know. This is how it came out in the report.
This is how the report
Whether those documents were provided by Mr. Vijay or D4 to Mr. Malhotra or not, I'm not aware. But those were not produced. Those documents were not produced over here.
Okay, and the report does not reflect submission of such documents.
So
Why are we asking this witness to comment about an expert report that he's not involved in?
He has made certain comments in the 6th witness statement about the expert report by D4.
I'll question that as well. But anyway, if you finished asking about this, we can move on.
That's done. The expert report related questions are over. Now, just a general question. It's a common banking practice, and according to the guidelines of the Central Bank of UAE, that before a lender goes against the personal guarantors, they first exercise their right against the collateral security offered. Am I right?
this is the general banking practice. Yes.
Yes. And here the collateral security was the assignment on the lease contract.
That's correct.
And the assets in the lease property was worth more than the amount outstanding and due to the claimant.
That's correct.
All that was required to protect the lease was something in the range of $200,000.
That's what we have seen. Yeah.
Under an assignment of lease, from your banking experience, when a default happens in repayment of the facility to the banker, who is the lender, who is the beneficiary of the assignment of lease, automatically steps into the shoes of the lessee and is obliged to fulfill the obligations towards the lessor in the place of the lessee.
That is the general banking practice I have seen. I don't have the experience of, I cannot say that I'm an expert, but this is the general banking practice. That is how it works.
And once that happens, the claimant could have easily paid the $200,000 to the lessor, which is Dubai Industrial City, DIC, and protected the leasehold properties, whatever is available in the industry, which would have been more than sufficient to cover the entire debt.
That's correct, because the assets were almost $4 million worth of assets were there in that lease property.
So would you agree with me if I say that the lending bank, which is a claimant here, was absolutely negligent by failing to do that? Protecting them.
Yes, I agree. Yes, I agree.
Thank you very much. That's all, Your Lordship.
Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. McClone, do you have some re-examination?
I do, my lord, but I wonder if I might have a 5-minute pause just before I begin that, given that we're halfway through the morning.
Let's make it 10 minutes. How long do you think you'll be?
Not particularly long, 20 minutes at most.
Right. Okay, let's resume at 22.
Thank you, my lord.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Lordship.
Right, we're ready to resume. Ms. McClone.
Yes, my lord. Mr. Gupta, could you please go to I2450?
Yes, I2450.
Thank you. Now, yesterday you were asked some questions by Mr. Bajani about this document and about the document just over the page at I2451. Do you remember that?
That's correct. Yes, I remember.
And in particular, there was some discussion about how these documents had come to be produced in these proceedings. Now, Mr. Bajani told you that you had referred to I2450 in your witness statement, and we can see at the top of that page the words Exhibit PKG3. Do you see that?
That's correct.
But Mr. Bajani didn't show where you had referred to this document. So could you please now go to G255?
Yes, I'm on G255.
And this is your fourth witness statement.
Yes.
And if you go over the page to paragraph 4 on G256,
Yep.
can you see there that you refer to exhibit PKG3?
Yes.
And if we now go over the page again to G257,
Yes.
and at the bottom of that page, you'll see paragraph 13. Do you see that?
Yes.
Like, can I ask you, please, to read that paragraph to yourself right through to the end of the paragraph on the following page, and let me know once you've done so.
Yes, this is the document. Yes, agreed.
Yes, having read that paragraph,
Yes,
perhaps you could explain for the court what you mean when you say this is the document agreed.
Okay, so so this board resolution was submitted by the bank only as part of the documentation, which when I was putting it up this witness statement, it was shown to me that this board resolution is submitted by the bank. So and it came as a surprise. In fact, that look, it means Mr. Vijay or D4 has always put bank on notice that Umaku has sold their shareholdings to Aduate Fund.
Can you now go, please, to I2402?
Sorry, 2402.
Yes, my lord.
Yes.
Now, you'll recall that Mr. Vijani also took you to this document, which is a document providing you and Mr. Ravi with authority. But as you explained to Mr. Vijani, this concerned a proposed facility of June 2017, which we can see in the second full paragraph on that page. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And in fact, now can I ask you, please, to go to H334.
H3.
34.
Yes.
And this is the master facility agreement, which you've been taken to on a number of occasions during your cross-examination. And you confirmed with Mr. Shaheen earlier today that you hadn't signed this document. Could you please go to H398?
Yes, H398.
Now, this is the signature page of the agreement.
That's correct.
Underneath the text which says the borrower, there are two signatures. Whose signatures are those?
One is D4, another one is D5.
Mr. Vijani also took you to a number of emails which he said showed you being involved in the finances of D1, but he didn't show you any of the documents in which D1 was actually requesting funds on a day-to-day basis. So could I ask you, please, to go to B78, B78.
Yes, I'm on B78.
And paragraph 51 of that document, I should explain that this is the claimant's reply, so it's the bank's reply to D2 and D5's statement of defence.
Right.
And paragraph 51, you can see, says that the utilisations were made under approximately 39 utilisation requests by D1, and that a summary of these utilisation requests is provided in Annexure D of the POC. Now, if I can ask you, please, to go to K522. I should say it says K523 at the top of the page and K522 at the bottom. Now, this is Annexure D, summary of the utilisation requests. Yes?
Yes.
Sorry, you've lost me because I've got K522 at the top and bottom. So
Perhaps.
well, how does the document start? How does the page start?
It's a table. It might be K523 in your Lordship's bundle.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Yes. And this is Annexure D, summary of the utilisation request. Now, Mr. Gupta, if you look at the third column from the left on that table, Do you see it's headed requested by?
Yes.
Yes, you see that?
Yes.
And this sets out by whom the request has been made on behalf of D1.
Right.
Now, we can see that the very first entry says TL request signed by Ravi, D5, and Parag Gupta, D7. And just to the left of that, you have the request date, the 2nd of January 2014. Do you see that?
Right.
Now, could you look through that third column to the very end of this summary, which is at K529. In your Lordship's bundle, it may be K530. And Mr. Gupta, take your time, and if you let me know when you've reached the end of the document, please.
What does it mean when it goes red?
Yes.
It doesn't go red on the copy that I'm viewing,
Okay.
I'm afraid.
Yes.
Have you reached the end of that document, Mr. Gupta?
Yes.
Has your Lordship reached the end of the document?
So, yeah.
Mr. Gupta, does that document refer to any utilisation requests being signed by you?
No.
And to the best of your recollection, did you ever sign any utilisation requests on behalf of D1?
No.
Now, Mr. Gupta, you were also taken to the agreement for the sale of shares, which is at I2445, and perhaps we could pull that back up. So that's I2445.
Yes.
And you'll remember that this was the agreement which contained provisions that Agivat would be purchasing the shares, and it's dated the 19th of November 2017.
Right.
And you were also taken to the Agivat term sheet at I2391. I could ask you to go there as well, please. I2391.
Yes.
And this document is the binding term sheet, and the date at the top is the 14th of November 2017. So again, November 2017.
Right.
Could you please explain to the court what your involvement was in D1 from November 2017 onwards?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Of course, of course. Once these documents had been signed by you, or once you've seen the term sheet, what involvement, if any, did you have in D1?
From
November 2017.
November 2017, we were one of the shareholders through Umaku Trading. Umaku, we were one of the shareholders and directors of D1 in November 2017.
Yes, and what happened after that?
So after that, this was sold, Umaku, and was sold to the Eduvate Fund, and this was the binding term sheet which we received. And one of these clauses were once we sell these our shares, our personal guarantees would be released as part of this agreement.
And did you, as an individual, have any involvement in D1 after November 2017?
No, not at all.
No further questions, my lord.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Gupta. That's the end of your evidence. You're free to go now.
Thank you. Thanks,
Thank you.
thanks, Your Lordship.
Right. Before we start, I've got two matters to raise. Sorry, give me a second. Two things to raise. The first is that Mr. Shaheen, I think it was going to take instructions on the question of the page from the bank statement, which was raised during Mr. Kapoor's cross-examination.
Yes, Your Lordship, I did take instructions from my client, and my client very categorically stated that he's not willing to produce it piecemeal, one page or few pages from one statement. He has requested for appointment of an expert for looking into all the statements of accounts, all the documents pertaining to those transactions, and he's willing to produce everything to the expert. This is his answer.
So he's refusing to give the.
He's refusing to do it piecemeal.
Very well. The absence of that document is a matter the court will take into account, as it will take account of all documents and absence of documents.
Yes, Your Lordship.
Yep. There we are. The second matter is the question of timing. Have you had a chance to discuss timing between yourselves? Anyone want to speak?
Yes, Your Lordships, I've been instructed to inform that the timings were discussed, and I think during the lunch break they will be confirmed and provided to the court. But there has been an agreement on how the timing would be adhered to in the next 2.5 days.
And what does it end up with?
Completion of the trial.
Friday we'll have to work from 11 o'clock.
Yeah, from Friday to all 5 days, yes.
Friday, 11 o'clock, not 12.
It may involve an hour extra, I think, on Fridays, what I've just been informed.
Well, we don't necessarily have an extra hour on Friday, so we'll have to. And we only fixed 5 days because I was concerned of people being over optimistic. I'm not going to proceed with a timetable that runs to the wire on Friday. So can you rethink?
Yes, I'll get back to the team on that.
I will start the first 5 minutes after the lunch break. We will discuss the timetable. I would like before then parties to submit a document by email or whatever to the registry.
Indeed.
So that I have it in front of me. Okay. Right. The next witness, I think,
It's Mr. Makajani, my lord.
Mr. Makajani. Is he present?
My lord, I've been instructed that we require 5 minutes to set up the room for Mr. Makajani. I do apologise.
We'll resume in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Are you Mr. Makajani?
Yes.
Shall we ask the court staff to administer the oath to tell the truth? Thank you.
Certainly, Your Honor. Mr. Makajani, would you please state your full name and occupation for the record, please?
Sorry?
Would you please state your full name and occupation for the record, please?
Rajinder Makhijani, and my occupation is business.
Yes. Will you be swearing or affirming?
Swearing.
Yes. Would you please confirm if you have the Holy Book in front of you?
Yeah. I have.
May you place it in front of the camera, please? Thank you. Please say after me.
Yes.
I swear.
I swear.
By the Almighty God.
By the Almighty God.
To tell the truth.
Tell the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
Nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ms. McGlone.
Mr. Makajani, could you please go to G38 in the bundle?
Yes, I'm there.
You should have in front of you a document entitled Witness Statement of Rajinder Makajani.
Yeah, it's witness
Yes.
statement. Yeah.
Can I ask you to go to the last page of that document, which is at G44?
Yeah, I'm there.
Do you see a signature on that page?
Yes.
Can you confirm that that is your signature?
Yes.
And is this your first witness statement in these proceedings?
Yes.
Have you had a chance to read this statement recently?
Yes. Yes.
And can you confirm that the contents of this statement are true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Can I ask you now, please, to go to G70, G70.
I'm there.
And this is a document entitled Second Witness Statement of Rajendra Makhijani. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Can I ask you to go to the last page of this document at G79, G79.
Yeah, I'm there.
Do you see a signature on that page?
Yes.
Can you confirm that that is your signature?
Yes.
And is this your second witness statement in these proceedings?
Yes.
Have you had a chance to read this statement recently?
Yes.
Can you confirm that the contents of this statement are true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Can I ask you now, please, to go to G250?
Yeah, I'm there.
That's, and you should have in front of you a document entitled Third Witness Statement of Rajendra Makhijani.
Yes.
Could you please go to the last page of this document at G253?
Yeah, I'm there.
Do you see a signature on that page?
Yes.
Can you confirm that that is your signature?
Yes.
Is this your third witness statement in these proceedings?
Yes.
Have you had a chance to read it recently?
Yes.
Can you confirm that the contents of this statement are true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Can you go, please, to G293?
Yeah, I'm there.
And this is a document entitled Fourth Witness Statement of Rajendra Makhijani.
Yes.
Can I ask you to go to the final page of this document at G295?
Yeah, I'm there.
Do you see a signature on that page?
Yes.
And can you confirm that that is your signature?
Yes.
Is this your fourth witness statement in these proceedings?
Yes.
Have you had a chance to read this statement recently?
Yes.
And can you confirm that the contents of this witness statement are true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Vijani will now ask you some questions.
Yes, Mr. Vijani.
With your permission, Your Lordship.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Makhijani.
Good afternoon.
May I request you to state your full name for the record?
Rajendra Makhijani.
Mr. Makhijani, are you also known as Raju Bhai?
Yes.
Where are you presently, Mr. Makhijani?
I'm in KBH office.
Is it correct to state that you are alone in the room?
Yeah.
Mr. Makhijani, what are your qualifications?
I'm MCom postgraduate.
And what is your background?
My background is business background. Um, started my initially I was working, and in around 91 92 I set up my business, and since that till today I'm doing my business.
Since 91, 92, where did you set up your business, Mr. Makhijani?
Dubai, sir.
In Dubai. And have you been continuing your business since 91, 92 only in Dubai?
Yeah, since 91 92 my business, I set up business here, and it was continue there, and till today also it is there.
And you have been continuously residing in Dubai since the inception of your business?
No, in 2016 I left for good, and then I was just operating from there only.
When did you return back to Dubai?
And now
Yes.
on 10th I came.
Could you tell us more about your business?
Your Honor, my business, initially I set up my business here in Dubai by the name of Mehgal General Trading, and I was dealing in tailoring materials and journal items. And in 2012 I set up one more business in India. In fact, I become partner there. They have existing business by the name of Regal Woven Sachs Private Limited. And in 2018 I started one more business. In that also I become partner, that is Sherwari Steel Limited. So I'm director there in Regal as well, and in Sherwari.
Mr. Makhijani, who are your partners in Regal?
My partners in Regal is Ashwani Singla, Ajay Singla, and Mr. Sanjay Bansal, and myself.
Sanjay Bansal is the same individual who owned Heart?
Yeah, yeah.
And in Shalvari Steel, who is your partner?
In Sherwari Steel, Mr. Rajiv Kohli and Mr. Manish Kohli and Mr. Ashwani Singla, and my son Piyush Makhijani, and Mr. Sanjay Bansal.
Mr. Makhijani, how do you know the Bansals?
Bansals or Mr. Sanjay Bansal?
Sanjay Bansal, his father Ashok Bansal and his brother Abhinav Bansal.
No, Ashok Bansal is not father of Sanjay Bansal.
Okay.
Ashok Bansal is a different person. Sanjay Bansal is different, and Abhinav is the Ashok Bansal is the father of Abhinav.
Okay. Could you describe the relationships between Ashok Bansal, Abhinav Bansal, and Sanjay Bansal?
This common friend only.
Only common friends.
Yeah.
What is your relationship with Ashok Bansal and Abhinav Bansal?
No business relations.
No business. No family relations?
Not much actually, known to each other only in each other's marriages only, then we met, but not this thing.
What is your relationship with D7, Mr. Parag Gupta?
His friend.
What was the inception of your friendship with D7, Mr. Parag Gupta?
Means?
How did you befriend D7, Mr. Parag Gupta?
D7 was here in Dubai in common party. We used to meet, and then like we become friend and known to each other.
And on the basis of that friendship, you commenced business with each other.
Yeah.
What is your relationship with D4, Mr. Vijay Kapoor?
Just there and partner in D1.
Did you have any relationship with D4 prior to you joining ventures in D1?
No.
It is on the basis of the partnership in D1, you have put implicit trust on D4.
Yeah, but more than this, he is known to Mr. Parag, and I know Mr. Parag since 14-15 years. That's how I built my confidence in him and trust on him.
Right. Mr. Makhijani, could you tell us something more about the acquisition of the Star Modern business?
Acquisition of this, as we mentioned earlier also in witness statement, Mr. Vijay called Mr. Parag and informed about there is one good business there in Oman by the name of Star Modern. And then Mr. Parag approached me, and then we decided. Then I informed Mr. Sanjay Bansal also. Then there is one opportunity of business like this. Then we all three decided to visit the factory, and then we made the arrangement to visit the factory with Mr. Vijay Kapoor and Mr. Ravi. And then we all went there, and in that during that time only, then Mr. Parag introduced me, Mr. Vijay with me, and Mr. Ravi also with me.
Right. And who did you purchase the Star Modern business from?
We purchased in Oman.
Who did you purchase it from?
Sorry?
Who did you purchase the Star Modern business from?
From actually, it's some Oman company. I don't know the name of owner, but the company name was the Star Modern.
And who purchased Star Modern at the first instance?
First purchased by initially money paid by Mr. Hassan Abdullah Ali, that Sanjay Bansal, and then later on he backed out due to some personal reason, and then he sold all his this thing. Then we made the arrangement. Then we signed the agreement. Then I have taken over all this thing payment options from Sanjay. And then me and Mr. Parag and my wife, we taken over this.
Is it correct to state that in September 2013, your company Mehak Gulf purchased the Star Modern business from Hassan Abdullah Ali Trading?
Yeah, yes.
And at that stage, nobody else was involved?
No, but in principle, Mr. Parag was there. He was involved.
Was there any arrangement between Mehak Gulf Trading and Launchpad?
Yeah, then later on, Mehak Gulf made agreement with Launchpad to bring this business from Oman to Dubai. For that, we made the agreement between the Mehak Gulf and Dubai.
Could you explain to the court what that agreement was?
I don't know much about that. That agreement was there to licensing and everything for we made the agreement with them because this star modem was there in Oman and we wanted to bring it here in Dubai, to bring from Oman to set up here in Dubai. For that Mehak Gulf made the agreement with Launchpad.
Whose company is Launchpad?
Launchpad company belongs to Mr. Ravi.
What is your relationship with Mr. Ravi Makijani? Ravi Kuchimani?
Before D1, there was no relationship. And when we went to Oman to see the factory, and then we become friend, and then from there only I know to him.
Can you tell us something about Umaku Trade Invest Limited, which is D3?
Umaku Trade was set up by Mr. Parag, me and my wife. That was the arrangement to buy shares in D1. That was decided by all of us that Mr. Ravi and Mr. Vijay, they will form one company, and me and Parag and my wife will form one company, and these both company will be the partner in D1.
Why was Mr. Sanjay Bansal then added to that company?
Initially, Sanjay Bansal was interested. He was on and off interested for that, but he was not sure for that. But because of some personal reason, he backed out later.
Is it correct that Mr. Ashok Bansal and Mr. Sanjay Bansal continue to deal with D1 even after September 2013?
No, they were not there in that any picture because they were there only because Mr. Parag arranged some fund from them, some finance from them for D1, and then only they were there in the picture only, but not for regular any day-to-day thing or any our personal matter.
Mr. Makijani, were you the beneficial shareholder or the nominee shareholder of Umaku D3?
I'm sorry, just ask again, please.
Were you the beneficial shareholder or the nominee shareholder of Umaku D3?
I don't know about this thing.
Right. Mr. Bakijani, have you read the witness statements which were filed by Mr. Parag Gupta D7 before preparing your witness statements?
Yes.
Who prepared your witness statements?
My witness statement made by me with the follow-up on video and on phone with the KBH office.
Why did you leave Dubai in the year 2016?
For my personal family reason.
Do you have personal knowledge of all the facts that were set out by Mr. Parag Gupta in the witness statements relied upon by you?
Tell me again, please.
Do you have personal knowledge of the facts which were deposed by Mr. Parag Gupta in his witness statements which have been relied upon by you?
Yes.
Is it therefore correct that you were at all times involved in the affairs of D1?
No.
Gupta, Mr. Makhijani, since you have been a businessman, would it be usual for you to have been giving personal guarantees in the usual course of your business?
This is the first time I have given my personal guarantee that was required by the bank to have the personal guarantee of all the director and the shareholder.
Mr. Makhijani, has any of your companies ever given corporate guarantees in the past?
No.
Are you aware of the legal implications of giving a corporate guarantee and or personal guarantee?
No.
Did you take any legal advice prior to execution of the personal guarantees?
But I was knowing this one, that the part of that facility agreement, that all the director and all the director, they are supposed to give that personal guarantee. So first we gave that personal guarantee on behalf of Umaku also, and then we given the personal guarantee on behalf of Rajendra Makhijani.
Right.
That was the requirement of the bank facility.
By the facility, what do you mean?
Bank facility, that UBI facility.
Do you mean the facility agreements that were signed between D1, yourselves, and UBI?
Yeah, initially, yeah.
Do you mean that by the facility, do you mean all the facilities that were being granted by UBI from time to time?
Actually, I was not connected with the banking directly. So for especially for the bank instruction, I used to get from Parag. So Mr. Parag was normally dealing. He was the first point of contact from the bank or from Vijay.
Right. Would you lordships want to break for lunch, or may I continue?
We'll carry on for another half hour.
Very well.
Yeah.
I can now safely move on to the other topic. Mr. Makhijani, may I request you to see bundle I? Page 72.
872.
Page 72.
Sorry, play again.
Page 72. I-72. Is that a letter issued by yourself?
Yeah.
Could you explain the purpose of this letter?
I think this was that. This was related because earlier Mehak Gulf was looking after the star modem transition and everything. Then later on, I have given in writing that Mac Gulf is handing over everything to D1. The D1 will look after now.
Which would mean that D1 had no further obligations towards Mehak Gulf, and Star Modern was completely taken over by D1.
Yes.
Makijani, may I request you to see I-73?
I-76?
73, I'm sorry. Would you have that, Mr. Makijani?
No, just because I-73, yes.
Is the director's resolution of
Yes.
D1 as of 17th March in relation to the facilities that were availed in 2014.
Yes.
At I-74, does it bear your signature?
Yes.
Makijani, as a businessman, is it correct to state that you would read before signing any document?
Normally, I should read this thing before signing anything, but it all depends on that situation where I am signing and what the papers are. It's all dependent.
Mr. Makijani, can you confirm all that is stated in I-73 and I-74 is true and correct?
I-73
and I-74.
Yes.
May I now request you to go to I-869?
Yeah, I'm there.
This is a resolution of D1 in the year 2016. Is that correct?
Can you take me to that place where it is written?
I-869, do you have that?
Yeah, I have the minutes of meeting of the board of directors.
Correct. Of D1.
Yeah, Velocity Industry. Yeah.
Correct. And this is of the year 2016. If you see on the top, meeting held on 11th April 2016.
Yeah, 24. Yeah, held on 11th April 2016. Yes.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
And this is in relation to the facilities which were restated and amended in the year 2016.
Yes.
At I-870, does it bear your signature?
Yes.
And is it correct to state that all that has been set out in these minutes is true and correct?
Yes.
May I now request you to go to I-867?
Yes.
This is the minutes of the Board of Directors of Umaku.
Yes.
And this is a meeting again attended by yourself in
Yeah.
2016
Yeah.
and signed by yourself.
Yes.
Could you explain why Mr. Akash Garg was present at this meeting?
I don't remember. I'm surprised to see.
Does
He was not part of. He was not anywhere part of Umaku.
I-867 have your signature?
Yes.
And is it correct to state that what is set out in I-867 is true and correct?
Yes.
Except you are surprised to see what Akash Garg.
Yeah. Yeah. Akash Garg.
Which date in the year 2016 did you leave from Dubai?
First Jan.
2016.
Mm-hmm.
May I request you to see the date on I-867?
Yeah, it is 10th April 2016.
Is it correct to state that you were not present at this meeting?
No, I left Dubai 1st Jan, but on and off I was coming Dubai because my business was running there. But in principle, I left Dubai on 2016.
Thank you. May I now request you to take the H bundle, please?
Yes.
You have a page.
H15. This is the addendum of Umaku. Is that correct?
No, right. Tell me the page, please.
H15, please.
H15.
15.
Yes.
And at age 16, does this have your signature?
Yeah.
May I now request you to go to H197?
Yes, I'm there.
What is this document?
Your request for credit facilities?
Is this a sanction letter of the year 2016?
But subject is here request for the credit facilities.
Yes.
It seems that this is sanction letter only.
Yes. May I request you to go to H202?
Yeah, 202.
Does this bear your signature as the personal guarantor?
Yes.
And at 203, does it bear the signatures of Mr. Parag Gupta as the authorized signatory of Umaku, of which you are a shareholder?
Yes.
Thank you. May I now request you to go to H240?
Yes, I am there.
This is the agreement, facility agreement of the year 2016, restating the facilities since 18th March 2014. Are you at H240?
Yeah, I'm there.
Is that correct? This is the facility agreement of the year 2016, restating the facility agreement and amending the facility agreement of 18th March 2014.
I think S24 is Al Tamimi and companies.
H240.
H240.
Yes. And if you see the date, 19th April 2016.
Yeah, 19 April 2016. Amendment agreement relating to that USD 3.1 facility agreement. Dated 18th March 2014. Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
If we go to H241, does this bear your initials at the bottom?
Yeah.
For the benefit of the court, could you identify as from 1, 2, and 3, which one is your initials?
The third one from the left. Yeah.
Thank you. And from H241 right up to H285, does it bear your initials?
Please bear with me. I'm checking all paper.
No problem.
Yeah, I'm there on 286.
Thank you. And at page 286, does it bear your signature?
Yes.
And you have signed for D1?
Yeah. Yes.
And at H287, you have signed as a personal guarantor?
Yes.
And at H288, you have signed as a corporate guarantor for D3.
Yes.
And from H289 to H293, it again bears your initials?
289.
Yes. To 293,
Yes.
And at 294, once again, it bears your full signature for D1.
Yes.
And at 295, it once again bears your signature as the personal guarantor.
Yes.
And at 296, it bears your signature as the corporate guarantor.
Yeah. Yes.
May I now request you to go back to H240. Sorry, H252.
240.
No, at H252.
Yeah, I'm there.
May I request you to please read the clause material adverse change.
Which one?
Material adverse change.
Material adverse change. Okay.
Yes. And it says material adverse change means material adverse effect or a material adverse change in the business, operations, condition, financial or otherwise, or prospects of the borrower, comma, the corporate guarantors or the personal guarantors. The ability of the borrower, corporate guarantors, or the personal guarantors to perform or comply with their obligations under the finance documents, the validity or enforceability of the finance documents or rights or remedies of the lender under finance documents. Have you seen that, Mr. Makijani?
Yes.
May we now go to H271.
I'm there.
This, and under H271, at the bottom, there is a clause M, which is material adverse change.
Yeah.
And M falls part of clause 16.2, which is general undertakings.
16.2 on which page?
270, H270.
At 270, 16.2. 2, yeah.
The heading is general undertakings, and then there is ABCD below that.
Yeah, yeah.
Then we are going straight to H271, where it goes to M. ABCD, EFG, HIJK, LM.
Yeah, material adverse change.
Right. The obliger shall supply the lender as soon as possible, and in any event within 3 business days after occurrence of an event, development, or occurrence reasonably likely to have a material adverse effect, including without limitation any claims from any persons, a statement setting forth details of such event containing an explanation with reasons for the same and the action that such obliger has taken and proposes to take with respect thereto. Now, if you may go to H273.
Yeah, I'm there.
Which is clause 16.3.
Yeah, I'm there.
C, which is change of business. And this is a negative undertaking that the borrower further undertakes to the lender that it shall ensure that it does not make any substantial change to the general nature of its business, constitutional documents, which would mean change in your MOA, or any other similar activity from the date of this agreement without the prior written consent of the lender. And D, which is merger, again, the borrower further undertakes to the lender that it shall ensure that it does not enter into any amalgamation, demerger, merger, or any corporate restructuring or reconstruction, save and except for any acquisitions by the borrower or any business or corporate entity which has no material adverse effect on the financial condition of the borrower and provided prior written approval of the lender is obtained. And at H274,
Mr. Vajani, do you have a question?
yes, I need to show him these clauses and then ask him a question.
If you're going to ask him what the agreement means, then that's not for this witness.
No, I'm not. I'm going to ask him a separate question. I'm not going to do what happened with regards to interpretation of the agreement. I'm going to ask him a separate question on that.
Yeah, I'm there in 274.
Yes. Change of directors or management setup. Ensure that it does not make any change to the directors, shareholders, partners, or managers without the prior written consent of the lender. If you now come, so Mr. Makijani, I have shown you all these clauses. And my question now is that in the light of these clauses, were you not obliged to inform the bank with regard to any change and take prior permission in respect thereof?
That's asking him about the interpretation of the agreement. But you can ask it if you like.
It's going to lead to the second question, but I was breaking it in two parts. And did you obtain any such permission from the claimant?
No, actually, I was not there. As I mentioned earlier, the first point of contact was Mr. Parag. So I was nowhere in any activity to deal with the bank or deal with this. So I was not aware of anything that we informed them or not, but best of my knowledge, I was not connected with this.
My question was that whether any prior permission was taken from the claimant.
As I said, because I was not having any banking and this thing.
He's answered that.
Mr. Parag was looking after all the banking and in association with Mr. Vijay. So I didn't know about that.
Right. Mr. Makijani, may I now request you to go to the next document, which is H318.
Yeah, I'm there.
This is a personal guarantee executed by you on 30th of April 2016.
Where is the date written only? I can see the personal guarantee.
No, if you may go to H319, at the top there's a date.
Yeah, 30th April 2016. Yeah.
And this guarantee goes right up to H326. And does it bear your signature? Mr. Makijani,
Yeah.
3192 326. Does it bear your signature?
Yeah, I'm just checking all.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm there on 326 S326 and all. I've checked all my signatures.
Right. May I now request you to go to H486?
H486.
Yes.
Yes, I'm there.
This is a personal guarantee which was executed in December of 2017. And if you want the date, you'll find that at Schedule 1, which is H500.
I'm on H500 now.
That bears the date on top?
Yeah, 5th December 2017.
Correct. So could you confirm that from pages 486 to 489, it bears your initials?
Yes.
and H500 bears your signature.
Yes.
H502 bears your signature.
Yes.
H504 bears your signature.
Yes.
And at H506, it bears your signature.
H506.
Yes.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Thank you. Makijani, may I now request you to go to G bundle?
Oh, should we do that after lunch?
Very well.
Let's we'll have lunch. We'll resume at 1 o'clock UK time, 4 o'clock UAE time. Right, Mr. Makijani, can you not speak to anyone about the case during lunchtime?
Yes.
Do you
Yes, sir. Yes,
Thank
sir.
you. Thank you.
Thank you.
May we begin, Your Lordship?
We're waiting for Mr. Kapoor.
Yes.
Have you produced a revised timetable yet? You're muted.
Apologies, Your Lordship, I couldn't hear you.
Has anyone produced a revised timetable yet?
Yes. Mr. Bajani, would you like to take that? I mean, we have sent our in.
If Your Lordship, we'll just email it out in a couple of minutes.
We need to revise it again.
Mrs. Khan is revising it and just emailing it out in a couple of minutes.
Okay, what is the agreed time for you to finish your examination, for example?
For example, now
Can't hear.
It's on.
it's on. Your Lordship, Mr. Vajani should take no more than 2 hours for Mr. Rajendra Vakhijani.
Why do we need 2 hours more?
Not more, total 2 hours.
Total 2 hours. Yes, that's what I thought.
So that's all right.
And no, what time do I have to conclude? What is the agreement?
So you'll conclude by 2 o'clock, by 2 o'clock UK time, to 5 o'clock UAE time. Is that right?
Yes.
That's what's been agreed, is it?
Yes.
Okay. Right. Carry on then, please, Mr. Vajani.
Yes. And I've not seen the document because it was going back and forth, but I think that's what is agreed.
It's 2 hours maximum.
Yes.
Maximum.
Mr. Makijani,
Yes.
we saw the various agreements, and my next question was that since the takeover of the Star Modern business and right up to the occurrence of default, you were involved in the affairs of D1 company.
Affairs of?
Defender number 1 company.
No. I was not involved.
Is it correct to state that you were getting emails with regards to the volume projections, business reviews, and monthly reports of D1 company?
Yeah, I was receiving mails.
Is it correct to state that you were privy to the emails with regards to approved parties, cash flows, performances, financial statuses, infusion of funds by Mr. Parag Gupta or payments made by Mr. Parag Gupta, emails with relation to the installments of Mahak, email which relations to the bank liabilities, emails in relation to the UAB letter, emails in relation to the rack installment. Emails.
How is he going to answer this question?
If I put separately, it's going to take time, Your Lordship. So if I show him all,
Just go quickly through one by one. And then he can say yes or no.
Right. Mr. Makijani, if you can make pull out volume K.
You don't need to show a document if you can summarize it in words.
You tell the reference.
Yes. So I'll then break them one after the other. Right. I see what Your Lordship is saying. Mr. Makijani, if you can confirm that you have received the emails in relation to volume projections.
Volume projection from?
Of the defendant number 1 company.
I used to get MIS monthly report.
Yes. If you can confirm that you were getting emails in relation to approved parties, which is K184 to K185.
You're talking about this K184 mail?
He's saying not to take him to. Abhi? He's saying not to take him to a document. This will take time.
I didn't say don't take it to a document. I said you needn't take it to a document initially. And if there's a dispute, of course, you can go to a document. Anyway.
Thank you, Your Lordships. K184 to K185.
This email was sent to United Arab Bank. That which party I am dealing.
That's right. But you were partying to these emails. These were approved parties with regards to D1 company.
No, this is not related to D1.
What was in relation to this?
This was my personal relationship with the United Arab Bank. They were asking that with whom, give me the party's name with whom you are dealing.
Right. And if you see above, it's being shared by Mr. Parag Gupta with yourself, with Mr. Vijay Kapoor, with Mr. Ravi Kuchivani.
Yeah, but it was this email is original generated from Mr. Pink from Pink Star.
Yes, which is yourself.
Yeah, and this email sent to Mr. Parag.
Yes.
That's all. Yeah.
And Mr. Parag has sent it in the company. So are these the approved parties with relation to the company or not approved parties in relation to D1 company?
But I don't know about this one, why this Parag sent this mail to them. I sent this mail to Parag.
That's right. Then if we can go to K127.
Yes, I'm there.
Is this your email at the last email? If you see from Mr. Parag to Mr. Ashok Bansal, Mr. Sanjay Bansal, and Raju Makijani at yahoo.com.
Yes, yes.
Have you received this email?
Yes.
You have a short while ago agreed that you got all the monthly review emails, so I'm not going to show you those emails. If we can go to K194, which are emails with regards to cash flows.
194. Yeah, I'm there in 194.
Yes,
It's a cash flow July 2015.
correct. And these emails, if you see the trail, these emails were marked to you.
No, this email is from Akash.
Yes, but these emails were marked to you. If you see at the bottom, July 9, 2015.
July
9, 2015.
Yeah, this email is marked to me.
Correct. Then
Yeah.
next page, K195, July 10, 2015.
July 10. Okay. Yeah, it is marked to me, Raju bhai.
Can you please see the email of July 10, 2015, July 9, 2015, and explain what that means? Addressed by Mr. Parag to Akash.
I think I was not involved for any this thing transaction there, so I don't know about what the content this one and what this thing. But it was marked to me only just.
Yes.
I don't know. I don't know about this.
Number 1, Lugano check. Bhaiya will sign, stamp, and complete the paperwork for LBD. Is Bhaiya not referred to yourself?
But I got nothing to do with the Lugano check.
If you see the next item, which is item number 4, velocity impact check is already discounted, and Bhaiya will give a check in the name of Velocity Industries.
Velocity impacts and they used to buy stuff from me, so maybe it must be related to that this thing.
And there is another sentence thereafter. If there is any challenge anywhere, let me or Raju Bhaiya know immediately.
Where it is written?
The next line. If there is any challenge anywhere, let me or Raju Bhaiya know immediately.
No, this thing, velocity impacts check is already been discounted, and Bhaiya will give a check in the name of Velocity Industry only for the balance amount. Where you are?
No, after that, if there is any challenge anywhere, let me know or Raju Bhaiya know immediately.
No, I don't know about this.
You don't know. If you go to July 10, 2015, K195.
Okay.
It's an email addressed by Mr. Parag Gupta. And it is marked to yourself, Raju Bhai Dubai, Raju Makhijani at yahoo.com.
Yes.
And it says, Akash, as per the plan, 1 LTR we are doing the early settlement, 0.3 for 0.4. And Bhaiya has already sent a check of AED 130,000 in the name of Velocity Industries. Mahak will receive credit of approximately 140,000 for one more LBD, and that will also be transferred to Velocity Industries. Therefore, second LTR, which is due on 27th, needs to be taken care from Velocity. Let us discuss this in more detail and let me know if you are coming to office by which I can schedule the visit.
What is the question in that?
What are these transactions?
These were the business transactions.
In relation to the D1 company.
Yeah, it is related with the D1 only.
That's right. Then you were also marked on the financial emails where the profit and loss and balance sheets were circulated. Is that correct?
I don't remember this.
If you can go to K197.
Yeah, K197 are there.
And if you see at the bottom, Raju Bhai Dubai, addressed by Mr. Parag Gupta.
Yeah, but what is the content? This
The content in this is the balance sheet at the bottom, June end, and profit and loss on the next page.
I think this email was addressed from Akash to P. This thing.
Yes, at the bottom, August 10th at the bottom, Mr. Parag Gupta forwarded it to you.
Where in which page number?
Same page, K197.
I don't know about this one because it is just mentioned for your information.
Mr. Makhijani, can you confirm that Raju Makhijani at yahoo.com is your email address?
Yeah, it's my email. But in what connection this email is there, I don't know.
It is the contents thereof speak for itself. Your Lordships, I won't burden the questioning on this count as long as the email address is admitted by the witness.
Yeah.
And may I now straight take you to K220. Do you have that email?
Yes, I have.
This is an email addressed by you
Yes, it's from Pinkstar.
to Mr. Sanjay Bansal,
Yeah.
Mr. Parag Gupta, and Mr. Hanang Ashok Jiaji. Is this Mr. Ashok Bansal's email address?
Yes.
Why is he addressed as Jijaji?
I think we have given this mail there. I never called him Jijaji and never he is my Jijaji. I don't know this.
Your Lordships, Jijaji would mean a brother-in-law
Right.
in Hindi.
Thank you.
And it says, "Dear all, forwarding the mail received from Velocity. In this case, I feel uncomfortable to discount checks in Mahak Gulf and take personal loan in my name. We have to sit and find the solution." Can you please explain this in email?
I think I don't know much about this one, but I think it is on and off. I was getting request from D1 to arrange some fund. So I think in regard that I have mentioned this one. I have sent this mail to them.
By D1, you mean Mr. Parag Gupta, since you mentioned that you were in touch with Mr. Parag Gupta?
No, D1 is this thing of Velocity Industries.
Who from D1 used to be in touch with you?
No, I was not in touch with this thing because sometime Akash used to send me mail asking for some this thing some fund requirement, and sometime I used to get call from Mr. Vijay that we need to arrange some fund. So that's how this communication came.
Who else from D1 was in touch with you?
Only sometime this thing, Akash, and one or two time one employee was there, William. He used to call me for some administrative help, and Akash used to call me about something about the check and finance and this thing.
Right. If we can go to K223.
Yeah, 223.
Yes, K223.
Yeah.
At the bottom, there is an email from yourself, Mr. Parag Gupta to you. December 6.
December 6.
2015.
Yeah, Parag to Pink Star. Yeah.
Right, and it says, just to confirm, Raju Bhaiya, the funds to cover to Raju Bhaiya has arranged funds to cover tomorrow installment. What installment was this, Mr. Makhijani?
Because I have taken personal loan to support D1. So these mails regard to that installment.
Right. Now, if we go to K227.
Yeah, I'm there.
There is an email from you in the middle, 10th January 2016.
Yes.
Who is going to arrange RAK installment? I don't have spare fund.
Yes.
What do you mean by this?
As I said, that I have taken personal loan in my name and helped D1. So as and when the installment was due, it was our arrangement that I will take the loan, personal loan, and D1 will take the responsibility of repayment. So as and when that payment was due, D1 was used to pay and clear those checks. But sometimes, somewhere, D1 was not able to do that. So this mail is regard to that.
May I now request you to see the email below that, which is addressed from Akash to yourself.
Yes.
It says, Dear Bhaiya, as per our last discussion, we received AED 209,500 from LBD discounting, which you have allocated in the manner mentioned below. Now we are expected to receive balance money from your end, out of which we plan to transfer for your bank installment, but we did not receive the amount till now. In respect of fourth installment, we have already remitted the due amount in your account last month. So we need to arrange to manage. So we just need to manage the RAK installment. Moreover, as instructed by Mr. Parag, we have already remitted 250,000 AED into your Habib Bank on account of Mr. Sanjay. And this would mean Mr. Sanjay Bansal.
Yes.
And if you now see the bold item, it's a firm request to rotate all funds transaction from Velocity Industries for better control perspective. What would this mean?
Where it is written?
In bold, it is written at K288. It's a firm
228.
228.
Yeah. It is firm request to rotate all the fund transaction from Velocity Industry for better control perspective.
What do you mean?
I don't remember on what context this one. But these all transactions is the same that what the personal loan I have taken.
Mr. Makhijani, as a businessman, what would you decipher as rotate all the fund transaction from Velocity Industries for better control perspective?
I don't remember on what regard if it, what the connection was this one.
My question is, in your experience, as a vast experience as a businessman, what would you understand from this sentence?
This was because everything supposed to be from the velocity industry. All the transactions should be velocity industries.
Right. May I now request you to see K229.
Yes.
This is with regards to bank liability.
Bank liability, yeah.
Yes. And you are marked on this email as
Yes.
right.
Yes.
And can you explain the contents of these emails?
This was, Your Honor, again is the same what the personal loan I have taken on behalf of D1. These all those transaction is connected with that also.
Would Launchpad be connected with the personal loan that you have taken?
Launchpad used to buy stuff from me. He was my client also.
But this is not the payment to you. This is 35,000 against first LBD from Habib Bank.
But as I said, these are the transaction. I cannot remember now for what this thing, but these are transactions related to that only this one.
Right. May I now request you to go to K274.
Yes, I'm there.
As of 27 September 2016.
Yes.
This email says, "Dear all, not heard anything about LBD checks and pending payment of sponsor. We are very close to come out from loan repayment problems. Now little balance left to pay. We should come forward to solve this matter. Don't leave on me alone to raise matter again and again. Hope to receive checks today because discounting also needs few days."
This is again the same transaction only this one.
Yes, but is this not clear enough, Mr. Makijani, that you were involved in the financial matters of defendant number one company?
No, I was not involved. These personal loan I have taken to support D1, but I was not knowing that how the fund is using and where the fund they use. My job was just to arrange that finance this thing personal loan and just support to the D1 only.
In September 2016, you seem to mention that we are very close to come out of loan repayment problems.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yes. Some of that loan taken was about to due for final payment. So this is regard to that. To mention is mentioned from my side also that few of this thing installments are now this thing left now. We are very close to finish their repayment. So this is regarding that.
This would mean with regard to the personal loans that you had availed as
Yeah,
you paid for defendant number one, and this would be a generic statement for all those loans.
this was just the information there.
For one particular loan or all the loans?
So this was regarding that loan I had taken, personal loan I had taken from me.
Right. Now, if we go to K342.
Yeah, I'm there.
These are two emails written by you with regards to one check which had returned.
Yes.
And if you see again, this is addressed to Mr. Vijay Kapoor, Mr. Parag Gupta, Mr. Ravi Kuchimani, Mr. Sanjay Bansal, and Mr. Ashok Jiaji.
This itself shows that Velocity Industry given the check and that check was returned, and that was again because Velocity used to pay that installment repayment. So
But-
some check they must have given and that was returned.
So, is that correct to say that the position which was persisting in September continued to persist even in December 2016?
No, I didn't understood what you are trying to say.
In September 2016, you mentioned that there were a few loans which were left, very few installments which were pending to be paid, and we must get together and close it.
Yeah.
Now in December, the check of the company itself has returned, and you are questioning with regards to the return of the check as well as deposit of the cash in the bank accounts of the company.
In previous mail, I have mentioned that we are close to make the payment, but not the all. I have taken loan from the 4 banks.
Right.
So few, I think 1 or 2 bank is still left to make the for repay. So maybe because of that only that this Velocity Industry must have given the check and that check returned.
Would that be with regards to the Mashrek?
Maybe, but I think Masik was that in the last we make the payment. I'm not sure. I'm not sure, but.
And RAK?
Sorry?
RAK?
No, Your Lordship, I don't have all the record when it is finished and when it is about to finish, but cannot say now.
Okay. Rakijani, can you now come to a document which is at K387?
K387.
Yes.
Yes.
This is an email from noida-up@outlook.com.
Yeah.
And the person signing out on this email is Ashok. Would you
Yes.
explain who this Ashok is?
Ashok is Mr. Ashok Bansal.
Mr. Ashok Bansal.
Yeah.
And now his email is noidaup@outlook.com.
Yes.
Right. And Mr. Ashok Bansal is now forwarding to Mr. Vijay Kapoor a resolution, an agreement for sale of shares duly signed by Mrs. Makhijani, and a resolution of Umaku for the corporate guarantee, and the sanction letter duly signed by Mrs. Devika Makhijani.
I think this is what when we were about to sell, about to sign that agreement with the Velocity Venture to sell our share. This is during that time.
Yes. Can you read the date?
It is November 20th.
Where were you in November 20th, 2017?
I think in November 20th, I was in Dubai. I have to see there. Best of my knowledge, I was in Dubai.
Right. Makhijani, can we go to K390. This is again an email from Mr. Ashok Bansal.
Yeah.
On 16th of December 2017.
Yes.
With a copy to all of them.
Yeah.
And there are some scans which are being sent.
Yes, there.
And these are scans of the corporate guarantees that you had signed, personal guarantees that you had signed.
Yes.
The first image matches with H522. Likewise, if you see the third image, which is velocity 2 JPEG, matches with H500 with your signature. And the fourth image also matches with H502, which is your signature.
Yeah, these are my signature.
Yeah, and these are the personal guarantees that you had signed on 5th of December 2017.
Yeah, these are, I have signed this one on 5th December. They are in UBI office there in Delhi.
Right, Delhi. And these are scans which were being sent to Vijay.
Yeah.
An email to say we will courier the originals on Monday.
Yes.
Mr. Makijani, may I now take you to your first witness statement, which is G38.
Yes.
If you may go to page G40.
Yes.
And if you may see paragraph number 10. In particular, where you admit that you signed the personal guarantee on 5th of December 2017. And then you may go down. When we arrived, are you at paragraph 10?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like third sentence, when we arrived, I recall being asked to sign a personal guarantees, but I do not recall whether we were provided with a copy of the facility agreement to which they related, or if we were, what were the terms of the facility agreement were. We certainly not provided with copy of any documents to take away with us.
Mm-hmm.
After seeing the email at K390, do you still want to maintain the statement that you were not provided copies of any documents to take away with you?
Yes, I was not provided any copy.
How did Mr. Ashok Bansal send scans on 16th of December 2017 and courier them to Mr. Vijay Kapoor?
I don't know, but we were not given any copy of that. I have no answer for that, but we didn't got any copy from the bank.
Mr. Makijani, can we go back to K390?
Yes.
This is dated 16th of December 2017.
Yes.
You had scans of this in the email?
But this mail was not sent by me. This mail was sent by Mr. Ashok Bansal.
With a copy to you?
Yeah, copy to me.
Which means that you had scanned copies of your personal guarantees?
Yeah.
And if you see your witness statement dated 18th October 2020, could you have said that the copies of personal guarantees were not available with you?
No, but was not given to me by bank.
If the
I did not receive anything on 5th December 2017 when I signed the paper in UBI office. I did not got anything from that.
how did Mr. Ashok Bansal, who is not related to Velocity, get the originals of your personal guarantee?
I don't know.
And why was Mr. Ashok Bansal sending your personal guarantees to Mr. Vijay Kapoor?
So because Ashok Bansal and Vijay Kapoor known to each other also. I don't know in what regard he sent to Mr. Vijay. I don't know.
Mr. Makijani, maybe now go to K398.
Yes.
This is again an email from Mr. Ashok Bansal, Noida, UP, at outlook.com.
Yes, yes.
Be marked to yourself.
Yes.
This says, Dear Vijay, the final payment of AED 5.65 million was due on 28th December 2017 for encashment. We got a request from you through Parag to defer the deposit of the check till 7th of January 2018. We agree to your request and will deposit the check on 7th of January 2018. Please note that we have completed all signing of bank documents and formalities well in time. Please make sure that all commitments from John's side must also be completed in good spirits. Please send a line of confirmation. Wishing you a very, very happy and a prosperous new year. Thanks, Ashok. This is as of 29th of December 2017. And below that is your email to say one more big issue has come to close the deal before 10th January 2018. My daughter is joining new company in Bangalore from 15th January 2018. So my wife traveling with daughter for at least 15 days initially can be more. So will not be available to sign papers after 10th January 2018. Can you please explain both these emails? And the header of this email is Velocity Industries check.
No, because Velocity Industries, when they were supposed to make us payment in two installment, but there was two checks. One was 1 million dirham and another was 5.65. So both the checks were given to us, and we were told that the first check you can clear it, and the second check you can deposit on that date, which they said is due for this thing. But then again on the request from Parag, they asked to extend a not to deposit check on 7 January. On 7 January, you deposit the check. But this is regarding the second payment of the shares, shares sold from Umaku to the new buyer, Advit. And the second mail was that we were talking about to sign that MOU at the notary office during that time. So then I informed them during this time my wife will not be available because that my wife was supposed to sign on behalf of Umaku at the notary office. So this is regarding that.
Right. And when was the check encashed?
The check was encashed later, I think. Yeah, Feb or March something. I don't remember, but it was deposit. It was, I think, somewhere in Feb or March 2018.
Right. I now request you to see the emails on K399.
Yes.
Can you see this email is dated 26th of February 2018.
Mm.
This is addressed by you to Mr. Vijay Kapoor.
Mm.
And you state, Dear Vijay, hope all is going good with you and family. Just want to inform you, I dealt with you to close this transaction in 150,000 and promised to keep secret from my partners. But you betrayed and informed. Now, before signing final paper, want to have meeting with you to discuss some points. I need to check accounts and sale up to 28th February 2018. Wants to meet new owner without your presence. Share all audit report which you submitted to bank and actual also. For your information, I lost AED 750,000. Cannot allow anyone to eat my money. Please keep secret this matter with Parag, Ashok ji and Sanjay till we both meet. This transaction is still in my hand to close. Regards, Raju Makijani. May I please request you to explain this email which has the header Velocity Industries.
So this email was regarding that to sell our share, and the price was the negotiation of the price. Our investment was around 8 million dirham, and we were asking around 8 million dirham from Mr. Vijay, as he was directly connected with Advait and he was negotiating on behalf of Advait. So, and then in the last, we got the offer of 6.5 million. It was almost 1.5 million short of this thing, what our finance was there, what was our investment. Then what happened, one day, Mr. Akash Gar came to me and he said that your investment and you are losing a huge amount because you have a 60% share in Maku. So, but Advait is not ready to increase the amount from 6.65 something. So just Mr. Vijay wanted to close this deal. So he will try and get some more money from them, but at least can accommodate your little loss only, but not the all. So this is just for you only to compensate your loss. So I said, okay, then I inform Mr. Parag that this is how I got the offer from them. On top of that, they are ready to pay 150 some more amount to me. And then Parag said, as long as the distribution will be on actual amount, I don't mind anything. But after 1 or 2 days, Parag called me, that Vijay called me and said that I have given amount to this thing, some different amount he said to that given to me only. So then on that regard, I sent the message to him that what you said to me, not to say anything to your partner, and in the same time you are going and informing same thing to my partner. It was good that I already informed on my behalf whatever conversation I had with Vijay, not with the Vijay, with that this thing Akash. I informed already to Parag, and Mr. Akash and said that Mr. Vijay told me to keep secret because we cannot accommodate so much money for Parag also. So in that case, we can compensate only little because Advait is adamant to pay only this much amount. But Mr. Vijay will try something, and that will also not in shape of check, that maybe in shape of cash he will pay. So this is regarding that.
And there is a similar email below which is of the same date, same time.
I know that I don't know what this thing regarding to that also, but the matter is almost same only this one.
Because that is all now talking different figures. It says that I dealt with you to close this deal at 100,000 and promised to keep secret. And for your information below, it says, for your information, I lost 370,000. Cannot allow anyone to eat my money.
Yeah, but this is again regarding to that also, because I was initially Akash promised me some different amount, but when he went there and then I got a call that it was something different. So maybe it's regarding to that only I have just sent both the mail.
Both the emails are at the same date, same time.
Yeah, I don't know why this sent on the same time or what, but this content is different only.
Right. Makichani, did you ever notify the bank with regards to these purported sale transactions?
Which bank?
The claimant bank.
Which amount?
With regard to your purported sale transactions of Umaku shares in D1.
But I was not connected with the bank. I never had any connection with the claimant.
Mr. Makichani, you were aware that your personal guarantees were given to the bank?
I was aware that we have given this thing, our personal guarantee, but as per our sale agreement with Advit, it was written there that once we sign the paper at the notary, within 16 days, Advit will remove our personal guarantee.
Did you check that your personal guarantees were removed?
No, I did not. We did not check.
Did you ever make inquiries with the bank that your personal guarantees were removed?
No, but there was no connection, my connection with the bank, never.
Are you not supposed to get a discharge or a release letter from the bank when your personal guarantees are released?
But when I got assurance from Mr. Vijay that your personal guarantee will be removed within 16 days, and once we sign the paper at the notary, then after that there was no doubt about me to just chase for that personal guarantee. And I was very much pleased to what Vijay used to say, and he was the man of promise.
Mr. Makijani, were you not supposed to ensure that all steps are taken by Mr. Vijay Kapoor on the basis of the promises that he was probably making to you?
Just say this question again, please.
Yes. Were you not supposed to ensure and follow up with Mr. Vijay Kapoor with regards to the promises that he was making with regards to your personal guarantees?
No, I was in India there was no doubt that my personal guarantee will not remove. So I have a full faith on his credibility. So I did not check.
May I request you to go to I2451. I2451.
I2451. Yes.
This is the shareholders resolution of Umaku on 19th November 2017,
Yes.
where you are discussing and giving your approval and consent for additional borrowing and enhanced limits, which means the limits which were earlier sanctioned in 2014 and 2016 being enhanced to 10.44 million.
Yes. This is,
This resolution is signed by all of you,
yeah, my signature is there, I think.
and is Mrs. Makijani's signature there?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Makyan.
Correct. This is the same document which was being couriered on 20th of November 2017, when you mentioned that Mrs. Makijani was in India and you were in Dubai.
No, but here date is not mentioned here. This one, it is 19th day of November.
Correct.
Yeah. I
Yes.
think I was in Dubai.
Okay. My question was, this is the same resolution which that email address by Mr. Ashok Bansal stated that he had obtained signatures of Mrs. Makijani and he was couriering the same, and that was the email dated 20th of November.
Maybe because my wife was not here.
Right.
So we must have sent to him to take her signature and then courier it.
Right. Mr. Makijani, are you aware that there are documents which purport to have been executed with regards to the sale of shares of Umaku, sale of shares by Umaku on contemporaneous dates?
Just say question again only.
Yes. Are you aware that there were documents which were being signed of contemporaneous dates for sale of shares held by Umaku in D1?
No, I cannot understand your question again.
I'll repeat the question. Are you aware that there were documents that were being signed for the sale of shares held by Umaku in D1 on the same dates?
No, I don't remember that.
May I take you to I-2445?
Two forward.
I-2445, 2445.
Yeah, I'm there.
Yes. This is with regards to the sale of shares.
Yeah.
Does this bear your initials at the bottom?
Yes.
And at 2447, does this bear your signature?
Yes.
And if you go back to 2445, is this dated 19th of November 2017?
Yeah. Yes.
I put to you that if you were genuinely selling your shares, which Umaku had held in D1 on the same dates, you would have deferred signing off the banking documents for the new shareholders and directors to sign.
No, I didn't understood what's it.
Could you not have deferred the signing of the bank documents for a later date if you were genuinely selling your shares on 19th of November 2017?
But I think the bank document not given to me to sign that day.
You passed a resolution of Umaku. I just showed you a resolution of Umaku of the same date
Yeah, the Umaku, this, you are talking about the date or the matter of Umaku, this thing?
I am talking of the date. If you see the date at 2451, it is 19th of November 2017, when you are resolving that Umaku will give a corporate guarantee for the borrowing and enhanced limits of US dollars 10.44 million.
244, which page?
451.
2451. Yeah, that is the same date.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
And 2445 is the same date?
2445. Yeah, it's the same date.
And at 2445, you are purporting to sell the shares which Umaku held in D1.
Yeah, this is the agreement between Umaku and Velocity Venture.
Yes, and this is signed by you.
Yeah, this is signed by me.
And therefore, my question was that if you were genuinely selling your shares on 19th of November 2017, would you not have deferred signing off any of the banking related documents with regards to the claimant facilities on the same date?
No, I have not.
May I request you to go to I-2448?
Yes.
A short while ago, Mr. Makijani, you admitted that 1 million AED was received by you for the sale of shares of Umaku. Sale of shares held by Umaku.
Yes.
Can you see this document at I-2448?
Yes.
It is a receipt signed by Mr. Parag Gupta on behalf of Umaku,
Yes.
acknowledging receipts of AED 1 million, and this is also dated 19th of November 2017.
Yeah.
And if you had genuinely received consideration in part for the sale of shares held by Umaku in D1, would you not have deferred signing off the banking documents, corporate guarantee, and personal guarantees?
But the check was given, but not was in cash and from the bank. The check was given to Mr. Parag. The check was with Vijay, and Vijay was holding the check. The check was given to Mr. Parag. Then later on, the check came to me, and then it was deposited in the bank. This was the procedure. And I think,
please read paragraph number 3.
I think
it was paid earlier as per the terms of the agreement.
Sorry?
Paragraph number 3, it reads that it was paid earlier as per the terms of the agreement.
But it was in the shape of check. Check would have received only this one, but check would have not encashed that. This receipt was given by Mr. Parag, as Mr. Parag must have received the check, but the checks were not given to me.
Mr. Makijani, may I now take you to your next witness statement, which is G252. It begins at G250.
252. Yeah, I'm there in G252.
252, paragraph number 7.
Yes.
You have stated that prior to, in the last 5 lines,
Okay.
prior to April 2019, UBI made no attempt to contact me or advise me that I was considering renewing the facility agreement until UBI disclosed documents at pages 5 to 48 during the course of these proceedings. I had not seen, received, or been made aware of the fact that the facility agreement might be renewed after 12th June 2018. Do you read that?
Prior to April 2019. Yes.
And you have referred to these documents, which are pages 5 to 48, disclosed during the course of these proceedings.
Yeah. Yes.
They are marked as I-2963, to 22965, I-2975, to I-3008, I-3141 to I-3145, I-3219, and I-3221.
Yes.
Is it correct to state that before making your witness statement, you had seen these documents?
I don't remember this.
Mr. Makijani, are you stating that you did not read these documents before making your witness statement?
I have to see each and every document and then recall it whether I have seen it or not. But with the number 2963, I cannot say anything.
Mr.
I
Makijani,
have to read all the document and then see.
context of these documents is stated in the earlier part of this paragraph, if we may read now for you. First, at paragraph 16 of Mr. Gupta's 4th witness statement, he has referred to a number of documents concerning UBI's attempts to renew the facility and UBI's encouragement of BIL to utilize USD 1.2 million loan facility, which had not been drawn down prior to the facility agreement coming to an end, thereby forcing the company to unnecessarily incur more debt. Do you agree with this statement?
Yes, I agree this.
You agree with this statement? Which means that although UBI's facilities of 1.2 million were available, you continued to try and fund D1.
No, but I was not there in their banking for day-to-day banking for what they need. I don't know anything about D1 banking. And
Makijani, you had signed the 2016 facility agreement as a director of D1. These are limits sanctioned under the 2016 facility agreement for D1. The facility was available.
No, but I was not directly connected with the D1 banking. I was not directly connected with the day-to-day banking. So I'm not aware of this thing.
Mr. Makijani, USD 1.2 million facility was available since November 2017. And we have just seen emails where you were funding for installments with regards to your personal loans for the loans that you had taken.
No, I understand that, but there was 1.2 million facility was there, but still, I was funding them. This is what you are asking.
That's right.
Yeah, but I don't know about this one. Why the 1.2 is this pending there and not utilizing there.
That's right.
So I was not connected with anything with the bank.
Yes.
Why this 1.2 is pending and why it is not utilized, that I was not aware.
Yes. Mr. Makhijani, I put to you that each of these documents that you have referred to in paragraph 7 were mere reminders for review documents, reminders of defaults that were being.
Which document you are talking?
Let's go to, your lordship will have to pardon me and grant me an extension of 10 minutes because I was trying to cut it short, but my learned friend is not aware of these documents again, so I'll have to show it to him.
When you make an estimate of time, you must assume that the witness will not agree with everything you say.
I'll take about 10.
Go on.
Thank you, your lordship. May I request you to go to the I volume, please?
Okay.
I2963.
Yes.
This is a reminder with regards to the documents which were due for renewal.
I2963?
Yes.
Yeah.
And if you see item number 6,
Yeah.
it says term loan USD 1.2 million has been sanctioned last year, but the company has not yet availed the same. Please update us about the same.
What is the question in that?
Yes, I was just showing you this. Can you show me from this email where UBI was forcing drawdown of 1.2 million?
No, as I said several times, because I was not getting email from the bank. I was not aware of day-to-day banking. So whatever the bank was sending to D1, I was not aware for anything.
Mr. Makhijani, you just confirmed the first passage of your witness statement, paragraph 7 at G252, where you stated that the bank was forcing the company to unnecessarily incur more debt.
Yeah, but that I have mentioned because it is there that this thing, there was term loan 1.21 was still there, but it was not utilized.
Yes.
So I was mentioning that.
But where do you get in this document that the bank was forcing them to draw down?
But it was related with Mr. Parag, this thing.
Right. If we go to 2965, because you refer to each of these documents in your witness statement from pages 5 to 48, let me show you some of the samples. I won't take too much time because most of them won't be identical. If you go to 2965.
Yeah, I'm there now.
Yes. Where in this letter do you see it is limits non-renewal due since May 2018, overdue in trust receipt, interest overdue in trust receipt, installment overdue in term loan, and interest on term loan?
You're talking about that same this thing, 0.1234 something.
Yes, and if you see, it's the same. Where is the bank forcing you to draw down or forcing D1 to draw down?
Mm-hmm. But as I said, I was not aware of all this.
Very well. Mr. Makijani, I put to you that you were well aware that the fiscal condition of the bank was leading to a default of UBI, and all the sale documents were created by you as a complete smokescreen for defending your claims which would have come from the bank.
No.
I put to you that you were fully involved in the affairs of D1 company as seen from various correspondences, including monthly statements, including monthly reviews, including the financial condition of the D1 company. And therefore, you sought to exit when you realized that there is going to be a default of the facilities advanced by the claimant.
No.
No further questions, Your Lordship. Sorry, Your Lordships is muted. Your Lordships is muted.
Mr. Kapoor, it's your turn to go next. Do you want a break or are you happy to go straight on?
I think we'll go straight on.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Makijani.
Good afternoon.
Hi. I just wanted to ask a question. When you say that Umaku was originally formed, we had Sanjay Bansal, Abhinav Bansal, and yourself, Mrs. Makijani, and Parag Gupta as the shareholders originally in Umaku. Is that correct?
Yeah, but initial this thing we registered and then we removed the name.
No, I understand. I just wanted to know that initially they were all there.
Initially, yeah.
The involvement of Abhinav Bansal is because Mr. Abhinav Bansal is the son of Mr. Ashok Bansal. Is that right?
Yes, yes.
Right. And subsequently, these people exited, and you and your wife owned 60% shares in Umaku.
True. Yes.
40% shares were held with Mr. Parag Gupta.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Right. Now, we have seen several emails where all the regular correspondence or updates and MIS and matters relating to finance were shared by D1, either by Akash or myself, but they were CC'd to everybody. It means that included yourself, Mr. Parag Gupta, Mr. Ashok Bansal, and Mr. Sanjay Bansal. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right. Now, if I may request you to go to your witness statement G253. And if you could kindly refer to the point number 10, right? Where you have said, I deny having sent Mr. Kapoor any threatening or intimidating emails as alleged or at all. Furthermore, I note that despite repeatedly stating that he will produce the emails at the relevant time, Mr. Kapoor elected not to produce any documents during the standard disclosure stage of the proceedings. I believe
on which page 257?
253.
Page number 253?
G253. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm there now. 253. Yeah.
Point number 10.
Yeah.
I'll read it again. I deny having sent Mr. Kapoor any threatening or intimidating emails as alleged or at all. Furthermore, I note that despite repeated stating that he will produce the emails at the relevant time, Mr. Kapoor elected not to produce any documents during the standard disclosure stage of the proceedings. Then number 11, I believe that his failure to produce any corroborating documentation at this relevant time and when ordered to do so by the court speaks volumes, and I shall be asking this honorable court to draw adverse inferences against Mr. Kapoor in due course. So is this your witness statement?
Yeah, it is my witness statement.
Right. Now, can I kindly request you to go to exhibit K399?
A?
K for kite.
Right, okay.
399. And here we just referred to this email, and the learned counsel for the claimant just referred this email to you. And also we went through the contents of this email, right? And you've made this thing here saying that that I dealt with you to close this transaction in 150K and promised to keep secret from my partners, but you did betrayed and informed. Now, before signing final paper, I want to have a meeting with you to discuss some points. And then below that, you are saying here that can't allow anyone to eat my money. And this transaction is still in my hand to close. That last sentence, the transaction is still in my hand to close.
Yeah.
What exactly did you mean by that?
But this was as I mentioned earlier, the amount what was supposed to committed to me to give this thing, because initially it was around about some 200,000-300,000 was there. Then later on maybe in a couple of days, Mr. Akash called me that Mr. Vijay said that he is not able to accommodate this much, so they just reduce the amount. Then something like this one, it was going on from Akash and from your side. So
Right.
related to that, I mentioned this one, that if in principle, if I have said yes to go ahead, but if you keep on changing your word, so it is not considered to be sell this one. Still, it is in my hand, because that amount which I am losing, you keep on decreasing. Once after accepting one amount, you keep decreasing that amount. So in that regard, I said that this deal is still with me, because I have not said yes for that.
Mr. Makhijani, if you kindly just scroll down to the same page, just a little lower.
Yeah.
Again, if you see here on the same date, almost the difference of just a few minutes, you have said the same contents, but you said I have lost 370,000, right? Then when you have mentioned that you want to close this deal for 100,000, right? And if you now clearly see the last line there, which says, please keep secret this matter from Parag, Ashokji and Sanjay.
Yes.
Right? So what did you mean by that?
But that was this thing, because Mr. Akash said that Mr. Vijay said that I can accommodate you, but I cannot accommodate Parag.
No. My point is, why do we need to keep this matter secret from Parag and Ashokji and Sanjay?
Because I was told by Akash that you don't discuss this with the Parag, because we cannot accommodate this amount, any more amount more than that what we are paying to you. We cannot accommodate. And second thing, he himself said that to keep secret. But I informed. Sorry.
Please continue.
Yeah. So I immediately informed to Parag. The Parag was also annoyed that why this thing is happening. But in the end, we both decided, as long as the distribution will be on total amount as per our share, I'm okay.
Mr. Makhijani, this email which you originally sent was from you only to me.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Because I wanted.
1 second, please. Let me finish.
Yeah.
This email was from you to me. In this entire email, there is no mention of your conversation with Mr. Akash. In this, you have clearly asked me to pay first 100,000 and thereafter asked a figure of 150,000 and say that this matter has to be kept secret with from Mr. Parag, Mr. Ashok and Mr. Sanjay Bansal. And just now, just a few minutes back, when you were being questioned by the learned counsel for the claimant, Mr. Pinal, you said that this is something which I told him to keep it secret from my partners. You just said that, correct?
Yep, my partner, Mr. Parag.
You just said my partners, Parag, Sanjay.
I said my partner, this thing. Because, see, Mr. Sanjay Bansal and Mr. Ashok Bansal, they were not our partner.
Mr. Makhijani, I just want to now correlate these emails, which you said that I never submitted, right? And if you look at your witness statement, you've clearly stated that you never wrote any threatening emails. Now, if you really look at the last line, It clearly says, please keep secret this matter with Parag, Ashokji and Sanjay till we both meet. The transaction is still in my hand to close. My inference, please let me finish. My inference here is that unless and until you are paid this 150,000, you would not let this transaction close. So is that not a threatening email?
No, but it was not threatening mail actually. It was just the information what I wanted to give you because Mr. Akash was keep changing that amount every now and then. So just because of that, I mentioned this one. And I was told by Mr. Akash not to inform Parag.
Mr. Makhijani, I am requesting you to read your own email.
Yeah,
There is no mention of any conversation which you had with Mr. Akash. And the last 3 lines are very clear. Can't allow anyone to eat my money. Please keep secret this matter with Parag, Ashokji and Sanjay till we both meet. This transaction is still in my hand to close. Right? So I am only drawing your attention to this email and your specific statement in your witness statement that you never wrote any threatening emails to me. I'm only just questioning that fact.
No, I'll answer it. I still consider this one. This is not a threatening mail. Maybe I have mentioned earlier also that English is not my first language. Maybe because I wanted to write something, or maybe you understood something different. But it was not threatening from my side.
All right. Okay. I think we'll not push this point anymore. I think I have made my point and you've heard, and I think all the people and the Honorable Court has also heard. Let me ask you another simple question. Why did you want to sell your shares in Velocity Industries?
Because I shifted my base to India.
And all those emails, all the personal loans, all the borrowings, all the money which you were injecting, Mr. Sanjay Bansal was injecting, Mr. Ashok Bansal was injecting into the company as temporary funding, and all that had nothing to do with your exit.
No, nothing with that.
All right. So, as you have mentioned now, all the affairs, whether it was banking, finance, or documents, sale, all the financial documents, if I may put it that way, you were relying on Mr. Parag Gupta, who was to basically interact with us and to understand everything and relay these matters to you. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct.
So basically, it was Parag Gupta who was the sole person to coordinate with the company and yourself.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Mr. Parag Gupta was directly connected with you for finance. And I think as Mr. Parag Gupta was only connected only for the finance only, not day-to-day working and not to day-to-day anything activities.
Right. But you still do understand that in Omaku, you were a 60% shareholder.
Yeah.
And with Mr. Parag holding a 40% stake.
Yeah.
That's fine. I think that will be all, Your Honor. I do not have any other questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Shaheen, it's your turn.
No cross.
No cross. Ms. McLean.
I'll be relatively brief, my lord. Mr. Makhijani, could I ask you please to go to K390?
Yeah, I'm there.
You're there, and you may remember that earlier this afternoon, Mr. Rajani took you to this email and suggested to you that the attachments were the full agreements provided to the bank, the full guarantees provided to the bank. Do you recall that? That Mr. Rajani asked you that earlier today?
No, I don't recall that also.
Well, you can see at the bottom of that page, there are
So
three.
what page is it again?
K390.
Thank you.
Mr. Makajani, if you look at that email again, and you'll see that Ashok writes, please find enclosed scanned documents. We will courier the originals on Monday. Do you see that? Do you see that? And then you can see thumbnails of the attachments just below the text. Do you see that?
That is on page 391?
There's one at the top of page 391, and then just beneath the text, there should be 3 in a row.
Well, I cannot, it's very blurred here in my computer.
It is blurred. It is blurred. You won't be able to see the details. You'll just see 3 slightly blurry images at the bottom of that page, one after the other. Do you see those?
Yeah, 3 plus 4 there.
Yes, exactly. And then there's one over the page. Now, Mr. Bajani didn't actually show you what those pages were. So can I ask you, please, to go to H522?
Yes, I am there.
And you see that this is entitled Schedule 1. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Yes, yes. And who does this schedule relate to?
This is guarantor shall mean Mrs. This is the personal guarantee of Devika Makhijani.
Exactly, yes. And could I ask you now to go a bit earlier in that H bundle to H500?
Yeah, yes.
And this is another Schedule 1. And who does this Schedule 1 relate to?
It's personal guarantee of Rajinder Makhijani, my personal guarantee.
Yes. And could you go please to H502 now?
Yes, I'm there, 502.
And do you see that there's a signature on that page?
Yeah, it's my signature.
Thank you. Now, if you can remember or try to remember what that text looks like, and now go back to K390.
K390. I think these are same page.
I'm very grateful, Mr. Makajani. And so, is it the case that the full guarantee agreements are attached to this email, or is it just the signature pages?
Yes.
From what you can tell, what are the attachments to these emails? Or to this email?
But these are the same pages.
That's all, Mr. Makajani. No further questions, my lord. My lord, you're muted.
So it keeps muting itself. I don't know why. Thank you, Mr. Makajani. That's the end of your evidence, and you're free to go now. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I can go?
You can go now. Thank you. Yes.
Okay.
My lord, can I request a 5-minute break, simply so the room can be set up for the next witness?
The next witness is Mrs. Makajani. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. We'll have 5 minutes.
Great.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kapoor. Ms. McGlone, is your witness ready?
My lord, I'm afraid I've just been updated, and I believe that those instructing me have emailed the court in the following terms, which I'll read out now for the benefit of all concerned in case anyone hasn't been told. But the email to the court read, during the course of Mr. Makajani giving evidence this afternoon, his family made a number of attempts to contact him. Upon completing his evidence and checking his messages, Mr. Makajani was informed of an urgent family medical matter concerning Mr. and Mrs. Makajani's daughter. In the circumstances, we regret to advise that Mrs. Makajani, who is currently with their daughter, will not be available to give evidence. We extend Mrs. Makajani's apologies to the court for any inconvenience arising from matters beyond her control. So this is obviously a very recent development. I have not had the opportunity to speak with those instructing me about this, but the upshot appears to be that we won't be in a position to call Mrs. Makajani, I'm afraid.
Are you proposing, you're not asking for an adjournment to call her tomorrow? Are you proposing to admit her statement under the hearsay provisions, which I haven't checked in the rules?
My lord, I imagine so. I will need to take instructions from my solicitors after the end of today in that regard. I simply haven't had an opportunity to do so just yet.
Right. Can we go straight on to, and so you certainly won't be calling her, is that right?
We won't be calling her.
So it'll either be her statement or nothing.
Correct.
Are we in a position then to move to the next witnesses, who are the experts? Are they available today? Mr. Vajani, is your expert available? Oh, you're not calling an expert, are you?
I have no witness left, Your Lordship.
Mr. Kapoor, is your expert is next, I think, is that right?
Yes, Your Honor, but based on the calendar which we just discussed amongst ourselves, he was not scheduled for today, so we haven't requested him to be available today.
Fair enough. We've probably gained time rather than lost it, but very well. What we'll do is we'll start tomorrow with your expert witness, Mr. Kapoor, and
Sure.
I've only just glanced at the timetable that was sent to me, but on that basis we'll go straight into the experts. There are 3 experts, I think, is that right?
2 experts.
I was given an email, sorry, just look at my phone. Your expert, Mr. Kapoor, is Mr. Malhotra, is that right?
That's correct.
And then the expert after that is Mr. Wayne Anthony, is that right? He's been called by D5. Is that right, Mr. Shaheen? I can't hear you.
Yes, Your Lordship.
Yeah. Those are the only 2 witnesses left, yeah. Very well. We'll resume first thing tomorrow morning with your expert, Mr. Kapoor. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we should not treat the extra time we've got as an excuse for extending the time taken to adduce the evidence. But we can try and stick to the sort of timings that were in the schedule. Thank you. See you tomorrow morning we'll resume at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Sorry, 12 o'clock UAE time. Thank you.
Thank you.